makes me stronger.
LCK 파이팅!
DRX 화이팅!
DRX 화이팅!
DRX 화이팅!
DRX 화이팅!
Hello and welcome to another day of the LCK. We are back here with BNK Fear X up against DRX. As I am Valdez, with me today is Wolf. We're going to be getting into this matchup. It does, of course, have somewhat a obvious favorite in DRX, but BNK at least able to get a win recently.
Yeah, you know, BNK have had some moments that make you feel like this team could actually accomplish big things. It's just the consistency hasn't been found. We've said a lot about our middle to lower pack teams so far this season, but it's still very early. I was thinking about it earlier today, and, you know, it kind of rotating through my mind that, like, right now around this time of year is actually normally when we be ramping into spring finals. We've already had a whole LCK Cup. We've had first stand for only one of our teams, but a lot of the year has already gone by, so some of that synergy I think you would expect by now should, at least through scrims and practice, be there, but it feels like for some of our squads it just isn't quite there. I think we saw DRX massively improve though. They look like they used their time very well, and I think that's why they come in as favorites, even though both of their teams are dead tied even at 6th place right now. DRX just looked stronger.
Yeah, they absolutely did. The only thing is that DRX did go up against T1, and they did get 2-0'd by them. So that puts them also at the 1-1 and 0 point spot. BNK, though, they took their win over Bro, who is currently our lowest winning team. Only has 1 win so far, so you can see where the difference in their opponents does lie in terms of their level. BNK claims their first victory. They overcome the pain of winless elimination from LCK Cup while they continue their winning streak against DRX. I'd say money's on probably not, but you never know. Sometimes you come into LCK, you have an idea of the way it's going to go, and sometimes it goes totally against what you thought.
Yeah. The human next is Teddy up against Diablo, who's definitely had some fiery standout moments, even in losses, even in you know, the win they took over D+ as well. They took a single game there, of course, so he's looking pretty good, but I definitely trust Teddy's experience right now in the matchup, as we have these players walking out here to LOL Park now. A really important matchup for the standings, of course, and for that competition for trying to make it through to the Legend Group. I think right now, most people are not expecting either of these teams to be there, but I think if DRX can continue to grow and improve at the rate they have right now, they could be a dark horse contender for that final spot.
Yeah, I mean, there's definitely a world in which it happens. It really just depends on how much progress they can make over the course of these first couple of rounds. It's a good start, but also getting 0-2 by T1, it's, you know, maybe that's not quite enough to make it into that group. As BNK here, we are going to see Vikla coming out once again. He has been having decent moments as well, but also some struggly kind of moments. So looking to see some more consistency from him today, especially up against UCal, where it does feel like DRX, that is where their biggest, I would say, advantage will come from. Absolutely. In terms of the head-to-head.
Yeah, that's definitely, I think, the most lopsided matchup going into the day, as you know, Vikla's inconsistencies have trended towards the lower end, and UCal has just been so explosive. And on the other side of things, I feel like Rich in the top lane has been one of the biggest improvements to really talk about here for DRX. He's looked good in lane. His team fighting is much better. He's just looked, frankly, more confident this season than he did look in LCK Cup, where we were really disappointed with his return here. But it's a matchup where I think draft will matter a lot. You know, when you go down the standings a little bit, you move out of your top 4 here in the LCK, the ease of execution, the simplicity of draft is often what matters more than anything else. Whether your draft has, you know, AP damage profile that's necessary, too much AD, too much AP, those types of things don't matter as much. Did you get the best tier of champion? That doesn't necessarily matter. It's about how you start team fights, how you set up for team fights. That has been the biggest challenge for teams that don't have that coordination just fully fixed yet.
Yeah, I think it's a good point. I kind of like the situation we're in nowadays with League of Legends, where it feels like, you know, draft matters, but it's not the end-all be-all. It feels a lot more obvious that, you know, the team play's got to be actually good. And, you know, these 280 carries, one of our points of the match. Diablo up against Teddy. Teddy definitely has the big experience advantage over him, and I feel like Diablo's getting a lot of hype because of that one big game he had against DK, but I also feel like that was a bit of a failing from DK, kind of just letting loose a little bit, having some happy giving Diablo an in. Whereas I feel like if you can shut him down, He's not exactly going to take over the game.
Yeah, and I mean, we have to remember, too, that win over Bro was in part due to a big error from LM as well. Not trying to take anything away from BNK, but there are some asterisks that we do, have to mention. We do have to remember how those wins came to be. We know that BNK is a team that can punish, a team that can, they're LCK level, and I know that sounds funny to say, but they are a team that will beat any LCK team if they give them an in, if they give them an opportunity. It's just getting to those opportunities on their own that hasn't necessarily been what they've been able to do thus far this season.
Yeah. Curious about the way this draft is going to look, because we've seen a lot of different priorities, a lot of Gwen being let through, being first pick, and then other teams first banning it and saying, no, we don't want to see that at all. Kaisa seeing a lot of wins, did take its first loss, now sitting at 7-1. Nautilus as well, kind of sneaking in game 2s and game 3s, sitting at 6-1.
Yeah.
Not exactly something you'd expect, and it's certainly not like a prio pick, but a lot of teams winning with it. For sure.
Do like the Ambessa ban here. Rich has looked very comfortable on the champion. Yeah, it's been a champ that's been his most played. I don't know the stats out, but I'm 90% sure it's his most played this season. He has had so many iconic games on it. In the beginning of the year, some not so great ones, but nowadays here in regular season for LCK looking a lot better. Vi and Kalista, 2 almost mandatory bans. Vi is just so powerful right now in terms of that simplicity of execution. Do like that to be taken away. BNK, no interest in putting clear on the Gwen in this first game. We'll have that as their final ban. So that opens things up a little bit here for DRX in this final spot. Wouldn't mind to see a Sejuani ban. Rumble, also a good call.
Yeah. I'm pretty sure I saw Coach Song talking about Varus.
That's up.
It's up. It's available. That's the very obvious pick that I think Diablo kind of has to play. I don't think you want to give Teddy Varus here unless they have a very specific plan in mind.
I mean, the Jace is also super high prio, and they're looking at that pick here first. It's two sides of poke, that we're really talking about, but Nefiri will actually be the first pick instead here. Not a big fan of this one. The Vi is banned, but the execution required to, especially on nerf Nefiri here on patch 7, is not something I'm necessarily expecting to see from BNK, but now you have the Varus open. Now, Varus is so strong in terms of what he can do in a setup for team fights, but he's just so strong in lane. He's one of the most oppressive laners, not only when you're in the bottom lane, but then the ability to get that tempo and lane swap top first, and then what you get in mid lane with it. You just have so much inherent control, and I think with Teddy's experience on the Varus, it should be a no-brainer lock here, but they actually go for, instead, the Xin Zhao. Maybe DRX is just saying they can't play Varus. I don't think they are confident enough to play Varus. They're not going to pick it up early. We'll leave it open, and we'll even grab Xin Zhao here instead.
It's like if they didn't pick it first, they're not going to pick it next, almost. I mean, there's a lot going on here with Varus available, and the huge choke on the top lane pool. Like Gwen, Ambessa, Rumble all taken away. The Jace feels like its value just skyrockets in that situation, yet both teams are ignoring it, and they're both ignoring Varus as well, which is very strange, but instead of doing that, they're really focusing in on the mid-jungle 2v2.
Yeah, that is 100% where the focus is. And perhaps they're scared Rich has a counter pick for this Jace, but we haven't really seen that. The days of picking Malphite top into this, as much as Chronicler always loved it, we just haven't really seen that in the LCK for a while. Sion will be great at absorbing pressure into this pick, and they already have a great scaling mid laner in this Azir in terms of what his damage is going to look like later on. I'm surprised to see this pick, but I feel like it's one that Rich can't really mess up in this laning phase, and one that will just give them a lot of stability for later on team fights. Difficult to dive for Nefiri as well, a tanky target that she, especially with some nerf damage, is going to really struggle to get through.
Yeah, for sure. It really feels like this is something prepared that immediately got slammed right when that Jace got locked in. The Alistar going to be banned. If DRX have an inkling that they do want to play the Varus, they don't have to ban it at all because they have the first pick, obviously. So that's going to force BNK to ban it away.
Yeah, I think in this situation, BNK kind of had to. And especially with the situation we have in terms of scaling here for DRX, if you have the Azir lane, which is definitely playable, the Sion lane that can absorb all that Jace pressure, and Varus just controls bottom lane. Feels pretty tough. So they'll take away the Misfortune as well. So rail stocks dropping pretty significantly here. And I think Ezreal is probably the next ban on the list here for BNK. If Teddy gets that pick and they have the Ezreal Azir late game, it's just really hard to play out for BNK.
Diablo does not seem happy with what just happened, but I think it's the right choice. I do agree with you here, Wolf. You don't want to give Teddy Ezreal with all these bans that we've seen so far. It's very good into Taliyah. It's very good against Dive. Even against the poke from the Jace. Lots of ways to deal with it.
So I think that Ezreal's a no-brainer, but there's definitely some discussion about what Diablo may pick into it. And the Kai'Sa being up is a slight deterrent down here in the bottom lane. Ezreal banned, of course, in that last spot, so grab the Kai'Sa. But I was going to say, like, there's a chance for an Ashe lock-in. I thought that would be maybe another option they go for, because this comp isn't necessarily super divey here for DRX, but Xayah into Kai'Sa has been a common counter pick, but doesn't necessarily suit the rest of their composition. If they can set up something with this Taliyah, it feels good, but you know, if this was something like Taliyah Sejuani, you'd be like, oh, okay, you've got some really nice setup for this damage, but it's a little bit more finesse. And again, I'm always feeling like the easier it is to play for teams like BNK right now, the better. As this draft just got a little bit more complex. Might just be Rakan to follow, but like engaging onto this comp is not going to be easy. And Poppy is up, by the way.
Yeah. I think you slam the Poppy and you're feeling pretty good. You don't have to. Maybe you want some form of reliable engage, like a Rel, like a...
Pantheon?
Well, not like Pantheon. That's not what I was going to say, okay, Andil? As long as it's not Elise, I guess we're happy here. But Pantheon is going to be locked in, and so they did want some sort of engage.
It's great. It's great into Nefiri because Nefiri obviously has untargetable, but once that's down and she's in the thick of things, she can't really get out. And if your only target is Azir, he's got self-peel, and then you've got a Pantheon to follow up. So I feel like it's maybe just simply put the best answer to the Nefiri setup here. That's why they opted for it. It's decent into Rakan as well, because he goes in, you stun him, you lock him down. It's difficult for him to get out. But yeah, I think Poppy could have been better overall for teamfight setups and objectives, but the Pantheon will have its own utility because it can engage and enter the fights from a long distance away.
And it's very easy to play.
Yeah.
You were talking about that, Wolf. The Nefiri goes in, goes untargetable, you press, you're stunned. Or you just hold your shield in front of the Kai'Sa or in front of the Azir, and you create even more space alongside of the Xin Zhao and the Sion. I think it does have a decent spot. It's a very interesting pick, though.
I don't think on its own in isolation, BNK's draft is bad. I don't think it's a bad draft. I don't like it as much as I like DRX's if you take the nameplates off, but when you put the nameplates on, I'm not confident that BNK, with what we've seen from them so far, will be able to get it done. I think Raptor is going to have to do a lot here with Vikla for this composition to work.
It's going to be pretty interesting to see how that bottom lane looks as well. Xayah versus Kai'Sa, we're back. the head-to-head. We used to see this all the time, especially with the Kai'Sa Prio where it's at. We see it once again. BNK up against DRX. Game number 1 starts right now. Or in just a few moments.
Yeah, we have a small pause.
Yeah.
It's a good time to have a pause. It might be one of the first pauses.
Someone has escaped.
Oh, man. I was going to say one of the first pauses where you have the pause thing come up and it says 0, 0, 0, 0. Wait, how many zeros did I say? 4 zeros.
You did say 4, yeah.
Yeah, that's how many zeros would show up. But because the game didn't start, we might not even have that. Diablo to go into the bathroom. Diablo got a sign there as well.
Toilet issue.
Yeah, I mean, we've had some controversial toilet issues in the past. This one's not really, I don't think this one's going to make it in the top 5.
Yeah, it's kind of a boring one. I think if you're going to have a toilet issue, now it's the best time, right? Because you don't want to get into game and then it's like 15 minutes in and you're like, oh, am I going to make it, you know?
Yeah.
And then you're trying to play, you're trying to have a good time and do your best, but obviously your mind is on something else.
The Carrier finals toilet issue, or maybe it was lower bracket finals, I can't even remember. That was definitely one of the top ones. I wonder, like, I don't even think you get a warning for this one though, because it's just at the end of draft and I think everyone will be understanding. But yeah, I recommend going before you know, before the draft.
Yeah.
You know, like Dad said in the car, like, go to the bathroom before we leave.
Yeah. Well, he was pretty quick about it.
Yes,
so
he was.
That's nice. The toilet issue is resolved. This Diablo guy is pretty good. Call him Diablo.
Sometimes Chronicler does.
Sometimes? You mean every time? I'm partial to Ox's Diablo.
Diablo?
Yeah, that's a good one as well. Got all sorts of different pronunciations for this guy.
All right, well, once he gets his headset on and we do a ready check.
We're buying items already.
Yeah, items are being purchased, so I think we are on pause. And we're good to go, Valdez, so take it away.
You're going in. It's game 1 right now.
소환사의 협곡에 오신 것을 환영합니다.
It'll never not be impressive to me the way that we do the openings with the fan chants, with the champions, you know, warping in and walking out at the perfect timing. You know, it's pre-recorded, but it's still just so cool. Like I like when I first like was casting and that happened. Like I watched it at home, but when I was casting, I was like, man,
yeah,
this is rad.
It is really cool.
I don't know if any of the other regions do stuff like that. Maybe they do, and I just think it's only us, and it's not that special. But it feels special to me about this.
Yeah, I mean, they got the ward.
Ooh, that's
pretty
actually
nice.
a big win.
I mean, at the end of the day, the timing of the ward, they're gonna know that he's probably gonna start up there. As I say that though, Sponge is moving.
Mind gamer.
There's all different kinds of gamers on the internet. Sponge is a mind gamer.
That's right. I wonder if he plays Minesweeper. That's a mind game.
Yeah. I was never a big I always played the pinball game instead. You know, like the space pinball game? Yeah.
Yes. Was it Space 3D Pinball or whatever?
Yeah.
That was a great game.
That was a good one. At times when for some reason I just didn't have internet.
Well, for me, it was when I had my Windows 95 computer that didn't have internet at all when I was playing it, because it still existed all the way back then.
Yeah.
Where I played like Pipe Dream and Chips Challenge. Chips Challenge was the best. No one knows what we're talking about, but
How many people in chat were born before 1995?
yeah, that's a good question. How many people in chat are opening, like, looking to see if their version of Windows has the pinball game right now to try it for the first time? Put that away. It's LCK time.
Yeah. It probably doesn't, actually. I don't know if that's still on Windows PCs.
Yeah.
Well, there's only one way to find out.
Do you think any LCK player has ever opened the pinball game waiting, like, during the tests before the game starts?
Probably. I mean, we've had some significant delays in our time.
All I'm saying is, to wrap this up, Sponge probably would be a pinball wizard based on his pathing in the early game.
Yeah. He's a mind gamer.
He's a mind gamer. Even though pinball is actually a little bit more of a reactionary game. Maybe it doesn't make sense. Anyway, let's stop this now.
If you want, you know. We've had some slow beginnings here at the LCK. I feel like it's almost like with the tower buffs and then the you know, the killing of the lane swaps, right?
Yeah.
We thought, okay, we're going to have a lot of 2v2 action. There's going to be a lot of back and forth. There's going to be winning lanes and stuff like that. Instead, we don't get dives. We trade objectives, we handshake, and we just, you know, sometimes you get little skirmishes like this, but we have a lot of handshakes in the bottom lane as well. We don't have a lot of teams that are going for heavy winning lanes and are trying to say, okay, we're going to just win the 2v2 and get so far ahead that you can't win.
Yeah. The interesting thing to me is I feel like as Rich gets a really nice trade here.
Yeah, you know, clear. A couple more autos and, you know, maybe Rich goes down, but not meant to be, I guess.
Yeah, a bit of a skirmish here.
Okay, we're getting some action, but Sponge just going to flash.
Mind gamer.
Yeah. He's trading flashes for the follow-up gank in 4 minutes and 50 seconds.
He's going to give a lot of tempo to UCal, though, off the play. You know, now UCal has flash advantage in the mid lane. As every time he wants to get the knockup on Ando, Ando says, I'm going back in.
Yeah, that time, though, probably should not have gone back in.
Yeah.
Not sure about those feathers as well from Diablo, just missing both of them.
Yeah.
Going to the right.
It's, you know, sometimes it ain't pretty, but it's the LCK.
Yeah.
He did not have his full stack up. He was one away, Andal that is. And I liked the putting the shield up and then backing away. Maybe not going in there in that situation, but
Yeah.
won't amount to too much. Will just be an extra push in here. He's going to get the back off. Is heading to the mid lane for the moment. Might try to make something happen there. It's unlikely he'll find anything, but he knows that Piccolo, of course, is down. Flash. And it may just be that after Teddy catches this wave, they swap to the top side. Clear has teleported back to the top lane. So no intention of doing that right now. But look at Rich, he's backing. Maybe Teddy does go up there after this wave, but we'll see what he decides to do. He is going to take that back now. And this is the timing where you can lane swap for tempo. We've seen it so many times, almost like literally every game. But I was going to mention, going back to what you were saying about how the early games have been very quiet, I think Riot added so many objectives to the game to fight over, but fighting over them in a bad position often could just flip the game. So teams have decided, like, yeah, they're there, but
Our teams have decided.
Our teams. Trading is better than coin flipping the game.
Yeah, but this is the thing. Like, LCK has always been this way, you know?
Yeah.
There were fewer objectives, even. And even before the Rift Herald, you saw a lot of trading across the map, even if it wasn't over objectives. As we are going to have an engage here from BNK. That is a nice combo on a Sponge. Remember, he doesn't have the flash, has to just go in. And there it is, first blood given over to Clear. That's going to be a nice start for him.
Yeah, pretty peculiar setup there for DRX, or kind of lack thereof, as Yuka had Prio and his ultimate, didn't show up. They swapped Teddy topside, he was just clearing minions. And now, as a result of this, not only the first kill going over to a Jace, but it is also going to be all of the grubs coming, as Teddy came over and was like, can I impact this in any way? No. And then decided to go back to the top lane. Rich is getting a nice lead down here.
Yeah, he just ulted straight into Diablo. Diablo is going to hit level 6, so I don't think he dies, but he is going to use his barrier instead of his ult, interestingly enough, but he will value his ult more than his barrier. So he says, I got myself in a weird spot against a Scion, I'm just going to try to farm this out and go back.
Yeah, he knows there's a pretty high chance that Sponge is in the area, and Scion can dive basically with impunity. Like, he wants to die and keep going on you, so decides that keeping his ultimate under this tower will be more valuable if that Xin Zhao shows up. It's, ooh, can't get hit by those, man.
No, it's Diablo, it's all calculated. He's playing right on the edge. Perfectly done.
I mean, if Sponge is there, might be pronouncing that name Diable. That might be a Diable situation. A situation in which he could
Diable.
Die. It was Diable.
Yeah. Maybe that's what he meant by his name. You know, have we asked what he meant by that?
We did not ask what, in fact, he meant by that.
Yeah. But yeah, it goes back to your point, Wolf, because, you know, we talked about trading objectives and how sometimes if you do fight over an objective in a rough spot, you can sometimes lose the game or flip the game. They didn't lose the game by losing Sponge, but now they're pretty decently behind in this early game, our DRX, because of the way they fought over the grubs. They didn't have the good setup for the grubs. They could have just gone and taken the Drake instead.
Yeah.
They wanted to go for the grubs, so they're like, not really, you know, immediately the bluff was called from BNK and they just ended up taking the bad end of that.
But now they get to swap at a timing that actually is more valuable for them than what DRX got out of their swap. Teddy comes back down here, and in fact, it's just Clear picking up plate money and didn't need to use a teleport. I think that his teleport's going to come back, and he'll have that around the same time that Rich has, a little bit later, but can be anywhere and can help now try to set up for a potential next objective. As UCal is kind of crushing this mid lane in terms of just pure laning. Will grab a plate himself here and has been winning this lane pretty hard. Is up 10 CS. Had Prio for the earlier fight, didn't show up, but he's been in control. And this is a matchup that we talked about and you mentioned first as kind of the most lopsided one potentially here for B&K, unfortunately. But it's nothing out of control just yet. Vicla's flash is back up while Sponge hangs out, looking for an angle.
All right, nice response flash there from Vikla. But that does mean potentially they could look for the follow-up here on a Vikla. They didn't get a kill last time Vikla didn't have his flash, so maybe this time will be the charm. overall a good trade. As why does this keep happening? And he really is Diable this time around. Rich is just going to kill him.
Yeah, that shouldn't be Diable, to be honest. We'll have to get a replay of exactly what happened there, but maybe we can just show a replay of what happened in the bottom lane several times moments before this, as Rich getting a solo kill on a Xayah in this game is not really what I had on my expectations. I don't have a bingo card for this, so I wasn't going to say
We
that.
should
but
make them,
yeah,
honestly, for games like this.
I'll be honest, it would not be on the bingo card if I was making one.
Yeah.
To Rich solo kills a Xayah in the top lane. Would not have been there, as we'll get a look now. I mean,
So he probably just saw.
Oh.
Oh no!
That's just not okay. That's unfortunate. And then, unfortunately, he ults, and Rich is just like, well, I will still hit you. Yeah, that I was like, okay, the ranged minions, maybe he goes, no, he just kind of stepped back into it. That was, I think, maybe a little bit nervous, you know, feeling a little bit sheepish after the toilet issue earlier. I don't know, but it's not going to be one for the highlight reels, unfortunately. But for Rich, you're happy to pick up the money. You're on the board. And it's needed gold here for DRX. They actually take a slight lead off of that. Very slight.
Yeah. It lets them catch up. They're still going to be behind on objectives. BNK were able to get both the Grubs and the Drake.
Yeah, and arguably less valuable gold on a Scion than the Jace, which is where the kill gold went for BNK on that last fight. Let's see if they can set up for it. Look at the mid prio again. Very high for UCal, and his ult is coming back up. So I think if they want to fight for this, he should show up. And he will.
He's got an ability to get a nice angle on his wall once again. At least DRX are going to get one. So they got the one, but now they're trying to abandon ship once again. And now we got a 1v1 up on the top side, but Diable potentially here, as he is going to flash, and now he's got his Rakan coming in, and the Ignite is going to come through as baited potentially. Teddy in a bit of trouble. The flash does come out, but he's got a Naviri on his back, and that will be enough. Raptor does pick up the kill, and so BNK will be able to trade one back.
Yeah, and DRX only pick up one grub here. I mean, now Vikla's got control of this top side. Looks like he's gonna grab a plate, and that's going to be 5 grubs for BNK off of the failed collapse onto Diable. Definitely a error of judgment, I would say, for DRX. Could have held the objective. Diable had both of his summoners. He doesn't anymore, but he has his life. As you'll see the turn here, and you can see where things are set up. Like, Andil's in the position, he has his ult to where he can collapse. They could maybe even look for the pick onto the Talia, but instead they just completely all in on killing Diable, going to the turret, and now, like, UCal's like, well, I can't help you guys. He just backs away. And with Teddy gone here, and UCal going back to the mid lane, they lose control of the grub pit entirely. And as they back away, Vikla gets plate gold. So, pretty nice spot here for B&K. Once the dust settles, 5 grubs to 1. Doing pretty good.
Yeah. I'm going to give credit to Diable for baiting that one. As he took a trade against Teddy, he ate everything. The W, the Q, the passive. And he got really, really low. It was very well calculated. I don't know if he actually meant it, but we're just going to give him credit and say, nicely done, Diable. You baited him in. Sometimes you got a kill for the team.
And, you know, sometimes there's value in winning trades and almost killing the enemy champion to where then he can't join the objective, and you get the objective and win that fight. And I think that DRX were thinking more about kill Diable in that moment.
Yeah.
And they almost got him. But because they didn't, they have some regrets on that last play. Still a very close game.
Yeah, I mean, from this point, it's anybody's game. We've seen that even yesterday, like, you have a team that's the favorite, they get ahead by 3,000 gold, 20 minutes in, we're like, okay, this feels kind of over just based on the amount of control they have, but I think this is an even enough matchup that even if it does get to 3K, I think it could go either way, just because, you know, not the cleanest teams that we have, and we have already seen a decent amount of mistakes that have been taken advantage of by both teams.
Yeah. Well, I think it's really going to come down to some team fights on some Drakes. You know, in a few moments' time, we'll have that second dragon. It is not going to be a Cloud or Infernal Soul.
Yeah, Ox is here today. We had 3 Chemtech Souls yesterday. That was very disappointing. 3 out of 5. What was he even doing?
Yeah, I mean,
not his job.
I don't know if there's any way to track stats-wise how many souls we've had. Like, I don't think Games of Legends does like a soul tracker. You can see how many like souls each team has gotten, for example, or each player. But like, I think Chemtech is by far the most this season, and I think it was bugged during LCK Cup to where it was like always Chemtech soul or something. I think they fixed it, but it doesn't feel like it. I have a feeling it's going to be Chemtech soul, but we'll find out momentarily. As right now, DRX have full prio on the bottom side of the map, as BNK have indexed to the top side, but that Herald is not up for a while here, so UCal is just going to get the turret for free, and DRX will get this dragon. So while that top turret went down, the BNK were able to secure there as well. And it feels like DRX are kind of just getting away with this for free here. And there's just simply no contestant. By the time that Herald is up, they'll be able to contest that. So, not feeling like BNK are finding any angles.
Well, just gonna try to get some vision in here. Perhaps.
Oh, Ocean.
Yeah, we did have an Ocean yesterday, but another Ocean Soul. Not so bad. Don't see it all the time. Feels like a special occasion because it seems kind of rare.
Would have been pretty rough for BNK if it was a Mountain Soul with this Scion composition here for DRX.
Yeah, I don't think Kaisa needs any more shields either, you know? I think she's got enough.
Yeah.
Even Azir as well.
Raptor.
Yeah, just gonna go untargetable. We got a deep flanking TP coming in. This is a Jace who is going to be coming in here. We do have the charm in mid. They don't even need him for that. Vikla in a bit of trouble, but BNK are winning this fight right now. Sponge going very deep for it as Vikla finally gets punished by Rich, who's the only guy who's doing something on this DRX team. Going to help pick up a second kill and kind of spare the blushes of that wonky fight.
Yeah, that was a little bit of a weird one. As it's Rich and Andil who get the kills, I believe, in that exchange. Yeah. So they got kills back, but they weren't really very valuable in comparison. As Raptor, honestly, watching this back, like, it feels like he's kind of trying to bait this situation here, and Clear has that ward he can TP to. If they win this fight, you know, they look to turn it straight to Herald, and the Sponge can live for a very long time. He is Xin Zhao. Rich comes in here on the flank, gets that trade of kill, but it's, again, pretty messy in the ensuing fight. Ends up being 2 for 2, and no one gets full control over the Herald pit, so we'll reset and go again. Vita Strength picked up off of this for B&K.
Yeah, they actually got the first turret in top lane as UCal was getting the bottom one.
Yeah,
so.
well, I say they got it off of that, but throughout all of this, they have gotten it. It was not because of that play.
Yeah. So, feeling pretty good about that is B&K. But still, I think both these teams really want to pick up this Rift Herald. You know, there's no bot turret to trade for the Rift Herald, at least for the side of DRX, so I would imagine they want to stake their claim over it. They've just got Rich in the bottom lane, who's got his ult back, who can always rejoin if necessary.
Yeah.
We saw in that last fight.
Well, quite a ways away as well. And he is going to need to make his way up. Vikla is coming over too, as Weaver's Wall, and his Talia, so with passive, he's just kind of surfing her way in as we haven't engaged onto a Xin Zhao.
I mean, there's the wall. Ondil is just going to get stunned up as he goes in. At least he has the shield, but not for very long. Elects not to flash. Curious why. I feel like if he just flashed away to the right, I think he survives, especially with this whole team there, but instead he just goes down, and that means that BNK will pick up this Rift Herald. It's only going to be for one death, but yeah, it's still a pretty nice lead that BNK get moving into the mid-game.
Yeah, I mean, they end up getting a ton of money. They will get a ton of money out of this. And when you look at the setup here, you know, Sponge gets engaged on. You feel pretty good about this for DRX to trade of ults, and then you say here, Ondo could have just flashed this, but he gets charmed as well.
Gets charmed. Okay, that's
I think if he flashed right before the charm, he might get out, but
yeah.
It also felt like when I was watching it the first time, maybe he's trying to hold them there a little bit longer so that UCal can have a nice ult or something, but they just didn't commit, so he looked silly, you know, in the end result, but I think he knew that you know, his flash would be valuable later on, and the fight was lost, so living there denies some gold, but wouldn't change too much.
Oh, coming in as now Vikla kind of isolated here on the right side. BNK just going to leave him out to dry. They say, man, you're dead. There's nothing we can do. Raptor and Kellen abandon ship. So a nice little pick for DRX. It looked like BNK wanted to set up a fight there, but not going their way.
Yeah, it's been a kind of weirdly scrappy game, where most of the deaths have been kind of like incidents that have occurred.
They accidentally run into each other. They're like, oh, I guess we got to fight. Speaking of which,
Rich.
this is not accidental, and that is going to get the Featherstorm out as a stun will come through, but a little bit too far under the turret, so no follow-up there.
Valuable to get the ult, though, onto Diablo there, so he's going to find himself a lot more vulnerable in a potential dragon fight that could start up in 40 seconds. This is UCal's catch here on the Vikla. Like I said, I'm going to look for him, finds him, kills him. And also, unfortunately, did not pick up the kill. In fact, that also went to Andil.
Yeah. I mean, when you think about solo queue, a Fed Pantheon, a scary idea, but a Fed support Pantheon in the LCK, that's not... It's not valuable. Yeah. It's not going to be doing too much.
I mean, you know, he's second most farm, or I guess third most farm in the game, and has 2 items, so, you know, he's feeling like he's starting to hit those breakpoints. Like, this is the big spike for the Azir, where he's got the Andres and the Nashor's Tooth, does a lot of damage over time. Also does a lot of damage to turrets in a side lane. But yeah, he would have liked to have that kill. Not the end of the world, but see what he can get done in this upcoming fight here. Does have his ult back online, no flash, but still has a long engage range. And Diablo still a ways away from his ultimate, so he is a prime target if he positions erroneously. Got to be careful about walking through this brush, but Raptor goes in first. They clear the ward. That's buying enough time, though, for DRX to whittle away at this dragon. Clear does have TP, but he's going to opt to push instead for now.
Just a wall here to try to get mid lane turret. It might actually pay off. The dragon is forfeited by BNK.
TP from UCal to deny that top turret, but they will lose the mid one, as you say.
Ooh, and that top one is pretty worse for wear. Not looking good up there either. So BNK, they're electing to say individual Ocean Drakes aren't going to change the game. What will is extending our gold lead.
Yeah, I actually think this was 100% the right call. They didn't have any prio. They didn't have Diablo's ult. It's a 2-item Azir who has ult. Just use your topside control you have with the Jace to at least guarantee some damage there. They get UCal's TP out of it, and they use the Weaver's Wall pretty smartly there to guarantee that mid turret. So I actually think it was a masterclass of how you give up a dragon and get something in return from BNK, who've had a pretty solid game here, to be honest, Valdez. You know, Diablo had some individual mistakes in terms of dealing with the Scion that he's not probably too used to laning into all that much, but
yeah.
Overall, in terms of team play and objectives, DRX have kind of dropped the ball a few times, and BNK are getting so much gold around the map. I mean, they're right now 3,000 gold ahead.
Yeah, and the biggest lead is the man you just mentioned, Diablo. He is 2,000 gold ahead of Teddy, who is also down a level. Teddy, that is. You know, he's going for the crit build, which is very popular nowadays. Any crit build is going to take a while to get online. Even the old Kaisa builds, you know, if you hit 2 items, you felt decent. But yeah, Teddy's really not a big factor in this game. He needs a lot of time to get online, whereas Diablo kind of feels like he already is. He's only on 2 items, but the lead is so gigantic that if a team fight starts right now and it's somewhat even, you're gonna want to have Diablo on your team rather than Teddy's Kaisa.
100%. And he's going to be the type of Xayah that this early can actually put a dent in the Scion. You know, even though he's low range, if he gets some time with Rich, he will clean him up. So I think UCal's job in this game is so important. His role in setting up engages or catching a potential target, which is, it's tough to catch the Xayah, obviously, when her ult is up and she has flash, like right now Diablo does. So we'll be keeping our eyes really fixated on UCal when we move into that next dragon fight. Still a ways away from it, as he is just going to set up a Sun Disc here. I really love how much pressure BNK are putting on as well with the lead they have. Putting up some wards, threatening constantly. And you know, the fact that Clear has teleport still means he can threaten that he couldn't show up at any point. Oh, we're learning! Not this time. Rich is like, well, might as well go for it.
Gives him the thumbs up. He's like, oh, you've learned. Okay. Do you know what my champion does now? Yeah, I mean, it was kind of funny. I'm not really sure if Rich actually wanted to go in on that. Rich sitting at level 15.
I mean, the other thing is, of the 4 kills, like we've pointed this out earlier, but when you look at it, it's 100% of the kills go to who you don't really want them to be on, and 2 kills for Rich, which is, again, valuable, but not as valuable as if those have been kills on an Azir or on a Kaisa, and then 2 kills for the Pantheon, which, you know, is going to utilize gold better than some supports, as you were kind of alluding to, but still would have liked it elsewhere. And UCal does have an arm guard, was able to purchase that, as Raptor may have to become untargetable, or perhaps not.
I mean, Andal going to put up shields here. We do have BNK going pretty deep, but they get the TP, and I think smartly just not going to overcommit in the enemy jungle. You know, we've seen so many teams throw in that exact spot, and I think BNK make the right call here.
I mean, yeah, BNK are, you know, playing like it's old Baron at 20 minutes, and they're playing for vision here. They have a ton of control over this. Otacon is topside, so DRX need to respect.
Well, one way to do it is to send your Pantheon in. And he's got Celestial Opposition this time. He does have a first item as well. I think it's going to be pretty hard to kill Andal, even if you do catch him out. So that Pantheon support with a couple of kills, at least doing his job.
Yeah, did play it well. I liked how quickly Vikla was able to scoop him up there, but because he can just put up a shield and kind of eat the damage. Both engaging on him and Sponge is quite difficult to turn that into a successful play. Because they have so much mitigation there. The Scion is very tanky, is sitting on 2.5 items right now, but with Leandries and this pretty big Xayah, as well as a little, like, the Fury Leandries burn type action.
Yeah.
Dog Leandries.
Dog Leandries.
You know, I mean, Rich isn't going to last forever.
LaBarcleys, yeah.
I'm trying to be optimistic because, look, I look at this game state and I go, look, BNK have a lot of advantages, but they have thrown from bigger leads than this in the past, and team fighting is going to be tough against this comp, but they need to hold on to this lead as here comes Vikla.
Oh, they're going really deep for that one. He goes untargetable, though, and it's UCal who gets caught out. The follow-up is excellent from Kellen, and they just burst him down. That's all they have to do.
They don't even have to take 5v5 fights if they just keep playing through this pressure and, you know, isolating targets and killing them. That was pretty bold, but it works out, and it looks like BNK are just going to take a Baron off of this. Andal and Sponge and Teddy are on an angle here, but getting in is going to be easier said than done.
I mean, they might be able to kill clear, but I don't know. BNK, I think they should have just taken the Baron. They elect to go for the fight. The Redemption comes in, but already taking a bunch of damage, but still BNK winning this one so far. The flip back is good, but Rich picks up a third kill. Might have to pay for it, though, as down he will go. It's another kill onto Diablo, who did 4,000 damage in that fight. BNK, they could have just taken the Baron, I think, but instead they'll take the fight.
Yeah, I think that was the kind of angle I was thinking there. You have a lot of control. You know, you have turn if they go in.
Oh, just do it now.
They will get it now, ultimately, and they did end up winning the trade of kills there. You mentioned how much damage Diablo did in that fight. You can see Rich, as tanky as he is, you know, is killable, especially with the fight starting off the way it did. Kind of sloppy there from BNK. They'll get away with it. And this is kind of what I was talking about, where I'm like, okay, we've seen them throw leads in the past, and I'm worried that, because all it takes is 1 or 2 good fights for DRX, 1 Baron for them, or an Otacon, and, you know, they're back in control. This was just... It seemed like such a silly play, but because only Rich is here, and they identified Teddy and Andal are topside, there's just no peel, and he can just press W, and he's fine.
Yeah.
And the follow-up was great. Clear eats a ton of damage here, but look at Rich, his health bar is already at half. Sponge, once the Crescent Guard is gone, he is gone with it.
And live, we do have Andal getting picked off as well. The Baron push is coming in. They're trying to extend vision in the jungle, and they found a little bonus Pantheon alongside of it, so... Feeling pretty good is BNK about their current position. And been a very clean game from them so far.
Yeah, and DRX's team fighting 5v5 is insanely strong, but BNK are just not going to let them have that 5v5. They just keep pushing, they keep extending vision, they keep finding angles. Now turning on to Rich.
Yeah, and DRX, they keep trying to take fights when they're down members, and it feels a bit desperate, you know, like they're trying to claw their way back in with a nice fight, but they're behind already in gold, but down a member as well. Even if it is your support, it is going to be difficult to find the angle, I'd say, as now Otacon left alive, just sitting there for BNK, and you see pickup.
There's no reason to try to push this Baron buff into inhibitors right now when you could just get an Otacon instead and extend your lead. You know, you've gotten so much value out of the Baron already, 3,000 plus, and DRX just can't really get here. They don't have any vision.
They're going to try to bully their way through as a 5-man unit.
I mean, Kellen could just sacrifice himself here, essentially. I mean, he doesn't even have to if he doesn't get caught, and they're just saying, you can't come anywhere near this Otacon, it's mine. And now they have reses with the Baron buff, and they can now try to threaten those inhibitors.
Yeah. It's a little mini Exodia. It's not the Elder buff Exodia by any means. As, yeah, just backing on a ward. The most classic League of Legends thing. Everybody's done it at some point.
Yeah, with no backup as well. And Vikla's just like, well, I'm going to commit. I'm going to go in on this. The rest of his team is closer to rotate, so... And he knows it. You know, he knows that DRX can't save him, so it's just a smart call. It's that impressive vision I was talking about. Man, this game really gives, or should give, B&K fans hope. This team knows what to do with the lead, and they've really improved since the massive advantage they had over Gen G. Obviously, Gen G a different caliber of team than DRX, but still just so methodical the way they've played out this mid-game. Now we enter the late game, and their lead is practically insurmountable with this Baron. I mean, again, DRX, they could win a fight, they could get back in, but they're just not giving them that fight.
Yeah, they're definitely not. We see Raptor just able to pressure on the side as once again they just charm up UCal. UCal not able to play the game tonight. It's just not happening for him, and the dive follow-up is there. Teddy just got here, doesn't even elect to ult in. Now he has to, and he's just gonna die instead. B&K way too far ahead as the Zion who got fed feels pretty good, but not good enough as they're just pretty much withdrawing underneath the turret because they can. Didn't have to do that, but for the vibes, I suppose, the mental edge is B&K might just end the game right here.
I mean, they have a wave coming through, and I mean, 20 seconds on UCal, I just don't think there's a defense here.
That's not looking too likely, but without the Baron, maybe Rich can clear this wave. He's absolutely trying his best, and B&K low on health. They're not going to take the chance here.
He didn't, you know, he didn't fight the team, but he killed the minions, and that's enough in this case with no other open inhibitors. So that will force the back away. You know, Raptor is looking pretty clean on this Nefiri. I did not trust in draft. As you guys know, if you've been watching since the beginning, I didn't think the execution was going to be there, but they have really played this incredibly well. Looks like this is something that, and this style of play is something that they've really practiced, and they know the prio targets they want to go for, and when you have a lead, it gets easier, to be sure, but Rich surviving here is actually pretty massive, because if he doesn't, they do end for sure.
Yeah.
So that's huge for DRX, but you're still 10,000 gold behind. You know, your Nexus is still alive, but how much longer are we talking if B&K just keep this up? Control is real.
Yeah. You can see every time DRX are on the back foot, UCal just kind of dies every time. He's always ulting backwards into his team, the Rakan, but like, the Rakan will just hop back, and you don't have kill pressure, and that's just going to make you even more vulnerable. He's not putting up a wall. He's not protecting himself at all. Keeps getting picked off. There's no proactive angle for DRX at this point, down 10,000 gold, so it just feels a bit helpless for them, trying to set up the Sun Disc here in mid. And really, I think the one way DRX can win a fight is if they kill Diablo on a big mistake.
Yeah, or, you know, potentially if they can catch somebody, even a frontliner, you know, like anyone who's at the front line, because it's just not a tanky comp, you know?
Oh, they're going to go in onto Diablo and Kellen as Zonto just dies. And meanwhile, we have Clear coming on in and just ending the game as this is happening. And we got a little bit of a team fight. Hard to even call it a team fight at this point. As Clear is going to go into the 1v1. He's just going to go for Rich, actually. We got another TP coming in as the team fight is going the way of B&K, and they should be able to end this game from here. Unless the zombie Scion does something, but not looking very likely. The two of them alone will hit the Nexus, and B&K go up 1-0.
You know, outside of Diablo getting solo killed, I have very few notes here for B&K. That was just a clean game. Grab a lead, hold on to it, push around the Baron pit, put those wards in there, trap isolated targets, force a situation where DRX have to kind of send their Pantheon forward to try to fight for that vision. He keeps getting picked off because of it. And in that last moment, the only way I think they could lose the game, besides, like you said, a mistake from Diablo, is just winning a 5v5 fight with their incredibly strong team fight comp. Clear's like, yeah, you guys can mess around with that. I'm going to end the game. And that caused such a split in DRX. Somebody has to go home. They lose Rich, of course. And then they lose the fight and their base at the same time. It's just B&K running circles around DRX. I really did not expect to see this, especially when we saw the draft, but I'm pleasantly surprised. And Clear and Diablo putting up big numbers here. Same with Raptor, honestly. I mean, he did a lot of Q burn, he did a lot of dog Leandries, but he went on some big prio targets, and some of the fights and engages we saw when they were getting picks onto UCal, for example, was just super well coordinated, and they had no hesitation.
None at all. BNK looking clean here in game number 1. DRX will have to go back to the drawing board, as that was a bit of a disappointing defeat from their side. It might be a longer best of 3 than we expected, or maybe a short one if BNK keeps up the cleanliness. We'll see, guys. We'll take a break and have the space. We'll be right back.
가봐. 우리 괜찮아.
아 무리 안 해도 돼.
안 해. 가봐. 밀려날게, 오늘 살짝. 내가 아지를 텔 끊어볼게, 이거. 가봐. 텔 끊을 각으로 맞을 거야. 판테 노플. 확인. 스카이언 텔. 맥이야, 이러고 간다. 봐줄래, 싸워줘. 나 딜러 좀 봐줄게. 나 싸우자, 야. 나 돌았어. 소용없어. 하이사 앞을 돌았어. 하이사 노플. 하이사 안 바꿔. 아지를 좀 볼게. 나부터 볼게, 우리. 야, 이겼어. 끝나네, 현민아. 끝나. 제발 할게. 이기잖아. 이기지, 사이온. 이겨야잖아. 개패지. 컷. 한판 나가자. 나이스. 좋았다, 얘들아.
everyone, and welcome to the space after an upset victory in game number 1 as BNK FearX take game number 1 against DRX. All of us here had predicted DRX, I'm pretty sure, so a big surprise in store for game number 2. Digon here alongside Ox and Chronicler, also known as Crocs. Welcome back. This is an exciting return of the Crocs onto the space. How you doing, Ox?
Pretty good. You know, I feel like this series, even though a lot of people weigh towards DRX because of the week 1 performance, these two teams are expected to be similar in the standings, and so, you know, not a huge surprise that BNK FearX came up strong, but I think given how they've been performing, they're definitely stepping up.
What's the biggest surprise to me is not the fact that BNK won. I'm with Ox. I think most of us did go DRX because they've looked better thus far, but this shouldn't come as a huge, crazy surprise. It's more so how good BNK looked. Actually, outside of Diablo, again, walking into Cyan Q, in his defense, Diablo is what, like 12, and he's never played against Cyan before. Champion isn't actually
That's too
real.
old.
Yeah, I know, it's crazy. But I do think that outside of that one very obvious misplay, rotations were good, team fights were clean, Vikla was way better than he has been, I think, the entire LCK thus far. And there was only one man standing in their way, one pesky champion that I'm very certain Diablo did not know how it worked at all, even a little bit.
Yeah, a little bit disrespectful here. Just
Little bit?
Losing the barrier.
Come on, that's not my Ox.
This is a little bit. This is a lot of it disrespectful, right? You got to put it in context. This was really where
no, I'm not joking. Like, I actually think he must have had like a game played against. No one walks into that queue. Everyone knows that the queue range on Cyan Q is way bigger.
Even Rich didn't think it. He started walking away.
Or he doesn't watch enough Baus, you know? Like, you gotta know the hitbox on that Cyan Q. And I think that was the only reason why this early game went relatively close, because Teddy fell really far behind, mid lane fell really far behind, jungle fell really far behind, and it really was just Rich trying his best.
Yeah, I mean, he was the one on the team who really was doing the most, had the most damage on the team on a Cyan, which is kind of crazy. And I think a lot of people look at this matchup and saw, given Clear's form, given Vikla's form, it should have been a solo lane mismatch. And we saw Rich doing great, but on Sion, who solo carry potential, with tank Sion not quite there.
Yeah, I mean, still a great improvement for Rich, who looked to have his own different types of hardships during LCK Cup. But as you said, he was the only one kind of performing on a Sion. So when they try to group up for this fight here at Baron, it doesn't quite work out.
We also had the classic Sponge experience, who I think has actually been good this season thus far, of just dying again and again on the Xin Zhao. Xin Zhao's one of those picks where you need to be very deliberate when you go in. And Sponge, Xin Zhao, Undil, Pantheon is just, I don't think this team should ever go towards playstyles like that. I just don't think it works for them. I think they need to play around UCal, and I think with those two picks, you're playing very heavily towards like these early skirmishes. That's not where you're very good, DRX.
Yeah, just way too volatile. In this fight, I feel like the target selection coming out from BNK FearX was so much better. The fact you have this super tanky Sion already should make team fighting a lot easier. But, you know, we saw, obviously, UCal get picked at the start, and then they try and get a pick on the back end. The Redemption comes in clutch, and it's just better cleanup from BNK FearX.
Yeah, it just felt like a difficult time for Teddy to get on in there. Like, even though Sion was still alive, he started walking away. A bit of, I guess, miscoordination here by DRX on this team fighting composition that wanted to do that.
But also, like, you know, you saw the Pantheon going in there for the pick, and it's like if you had a Nautilus, that was just a kill onto Clear on the Jace, and they had the option to pick it. You know, we've seen Pantheon show up, especially later in Fearless, but this was game 1. There's a lot of engaged supports open and available. I don't think they needed to go for the Pantheon here. I think they had enough damage in the composition, and I think it's just a much more volatile pick compared to these traditional engaged supports we see.
Yeah. We're not even seeing very aggressive players such as Barrow and Carrier go for this pick, right? And I think it's because you really need to stomp early game. So the moment you see this, and both the Xin Zhao and the Pantheon fall behind, like, your fights just become basically unplayable because you just don't have the raw stats to kind of deal with the fact that you're both short range, your engages are pretty awkward, and I would expect DRX to kind of pull back. They're gonna, I imagine, go, you know, to blue side, which everyone has so far.
They have.
Definitely. They have, yeah, thank you, Digon. So that's not going to be a surprise. I don't think that either team, with what we've seen so far, I would trust a comeback from a deficit. So I think early the mid game is really important, because I think these teams are pretty closely matched. So picking something that allows you to not have to hard force a fight, which I think is the kind of what DRX felt, is going to be a good call.
I also think it's really safe to say that the best performing members on DRX have been the solo laners. You put one of them on Sion, you put the other on Azir, but didn't really have that many windows to make plays with it. Like you're into a Talia, you're into a Xayah, hard to make those big shuffles. And I think just give your solo laners more carry potential and the game's going to go better.
Let's flip to the opposite side for BNK FearX, who again got their first victory in 2025 last week against the Bros. They are able to put together a good game. They understood what DRX wanted to do, which was group up and team fight. Never really gave them the opportunity despite falling behind. What do you want to see from them in game number 2?
I mean, a continuation of this, but I feel like ultimately you're in a situation where despite mistakes happening in that early game from Diablo, they kind of held strong and worked together as a team. I think the team play is the key thing that we've seen from them. So making sure you have team fights that are easy to operate and just continue at this pace.
Feels like we're just going to get 2 team fight compositions here chronically between these 2 squads that are looking to rebound from a tough LCK Cup.
Yeah, it's so interesting to me because I think in this first game, BNK looked miles ahead. I would expect this to go to 3 games. I think DRX are going to kind of do the same thing on blue side, and I think it'll be the classic back and forth in game number 3. But if DRX take a 2-0 loss here, that's a really big deal. And after that first game, won't come as too much of a surprise.
Yeah, especially the way that we've set this all up, the form that they looked, even when they played against T1, this one maybe a little bit too much cooking in the draft. But to get into the draft for game number 2, let's send it back on over to Valdez and to Wolf.
Thank you, Spacers. We come back right as we have some DRX creators doing a dance or some kind of maneuver. I don't know what he wants to say. Maybe get revenge?
Yeah, I don't know. He might have been like doing a DJ impression as well. Like, I don't, I really it wasn't quite in the loop on what was going on there.
It's like scratching the turntable.
Yeah,
you know?
In a very aggressive way. But I do think the general thought and theme was they're hoping that DRX come alive in this second game. And I think that's what most of us do expect, as there were some incidents in that one, and you and I joked about it during the break. We talked about how teams don't really flip the game early. DRX did kind of throw themselves into a rough spot on those early objective fights. But Varus will be banned this time around. DRX is going to take that one off the board first. Vi will continue to be banned. I imagine Kalista will continue to be banned. And Gwen probably be banned again by BNK since they're on red side this time. Ooh, Kalista blue side ban gives an extra ban over to BNK.
I think maybe looking at the Ezreal, you know, with the Kai'Sa and the Xayah taken away, that does stick out as the biggest one outside of Varus and Kalista, obviously.
Sure.
So
Ashe isn't as punishing.
Yeah.
And less commonly played, honestly, here in the LCK so far. So we'll see what this final ban ends up being. Don't need to ban Gwen on blue side, unless you really want that Ezreal more than the Gwen, which I don't think will be the case. Rumble does empower a Gwen first pick, so I think Gwen will be that final ban, and then they could consider the Ezreal first pick if they would like it. There's a lot of other picks that are quite strong in this meta, like Sejuani, that are available that you could grab here instead, especially with Jax and Yone still up and stuff like that, that pairs really well with it. And it's a Sponge favorite, so that'd be the only other pick I feel like that you're really considering right now as a B1.
Yeah.
With all the other OPs gone. I mean, even Jace was played in that last game.
There's also the Ambessa.
Corki. That was not on the list of champions that should have been B1'd, I thought.
Yeah.
I'm going to have to review the list.
I mean, Corki's found like a decent spot in the bottom lane. I just don't feel like it had the same prio as Ezreal. We've seen a lot of response Corkis into Ezreal.
Yeah, this is kind of
match spikes, right?
Yeah, this is kind of Teddy's way of saying, well, maybe we can keep Ezreal for game 3 because maybe they won't play Ezreal into Corki if I first pick it. But Diablo will. A little bit of a tough matchup to play out. Not as tough as some of the other matchups for Ezreal, but can certainly be one that goes back and forth depending on how it's played out. As we will see an Ahri to be hovered here. And Vi is banned, of course, but some other champs that pair well with the Ahri are still up. Haven't really seen Paperman Viego all too much this season, but he's been an old favorite. Things are getting a little bit interesting here now that we have the 80 carry pool, thinned a little bit. The prio went up on those. I don't think there's any world where UCAL will be playing this Corki. Oh, as I say that, I mean, they really want to win the bottom lane. I mean, this makes sense. You can grab Rel here, too, before it's banned.
Yeah.
And, you know, the jungle pool will get thinned out pretty massively, and Raptor will get his pick in that final spot if you do that, but it does feel like a pretty solid rotation. It's not standard, but it works.
Yeah, I think it's fine. You know, almost baiting up the Ezreal pick and then picking MF, trying to shut it down in lane. The Ambessa, mentioned it before, you know, big pick for Rich. They're going to prio that for him.
Pretty tough to play it, though, into these champions so far. But yeah, it's a champion he's definitely very comfortable with.
It's not looking like a dive comp either, alongside of the Ambessa. I think it's just pure comfort for Rich, so we'll see how he does. And it puts BNK in a rough spot because now they got to pick jungler or they got to pick top. And
Renekton is going to be the counter pick here. I think it's pretty good into Ambessa. They could have gone for something like a Gnar, but it feels pretty volatile here. And they could have also gone for something even like a completely different direction, like a Cassante. But I do like the guaranteed CC that the Renekton is going to have for this pretty mobile Corki. If he gets on top of him, can be very problematic. Misfortune also immobile, so really easy for the Renekton to get on top of her. The Lilia ban here makes a lot of sense. There's a lot of AD in this composition. And now, you know, I think the second ban will probably be a Rel, you have to imagine. But we could just go 4 jungle bans and see see whose pool is bigger.
Who's got the larger back?
I mean, the Alistar ban is saying, like, ban Rel or regret it.
I mean, yeah, it really is. Or they just take it away. That's the one power you have, but then you don't really have counterpick other than for jungle.
I don't really feel like Rel works with this comp too well. Leona, on the other hand, I feel like would go pretty hard here. But they leave it up and they ban the Ivern, which, again, with all this AD here, I think that makes a ton of sense. Like, I think Ivern absolutely fits the bill here for DRX's comp. I think that's a strong ban, so perhaps they just valued that higher than the Rel engage synergy with the Misfortune. I think banning Leona feels pretty safe here. It works well with the comp. It's great with Ezreal. They take away the Skarner instead. So you could probably just lock a jungler here and save counter pick. Although the Alistar's gone and they're going to pick Rel.
Yeah.
I don't know how well it's going to go, but yeah, I guess you could still get the Leona. Wukong is going to be the jungle they opt into. Great into, I feel, Ambessa and Misfortune. A little bit tougher to pull off into the Corki, though.
Yeah, works really well with Ahri.
Or Paperman!
It's Paperman!
He may be made of paper, but it's a sharp edge. He's got there.
We've all gotten paper cuts from time to time. That's what it feels to get slashed by his blade.
Man, I hadn't had a paper cut in a while. I had one last week. It is the worst. I was like, wow, this really hurts. It was bleeding. And that may be what happens if the mid-juggle synergy here can make DRX bleed. As the Rel was super obvious. This wasn't the question we had. The question was what is going to be in the jungle here. Could be a Sejuani angle, but it doesn't feel like there's a ton of synergy here, but the ultimate alone can set up a lot for you. Yeah. It's hard to lock down these pretty mobile champions, though, with it. And they want AP damage. Zyra is tough to play, but it really helps set up the Misfortune with her ultimate as well. I do really like this. I think the question, as we always have with teams that are on the east side, is can they play it? Can they pilot it well?
Yeah.
The Leona I was alluding to earlier just seems super obvious, especially now they have the Viego lock-in. I think BNK got a very straightforward draft here. Like, there's not a lot of finesse required. You know, you lock people down, Ezreal shoots them from far away, Ezreal controls objectives by poking and staying away from the champions on the side of DRX. The Ambessa, I feel like it's really hard to use in team fights here because getting the backline is not going to be easy and not necessarily going to be safe either to do. But if they can get some Rel combos with the Zyra, I feel like that just doesn't even matter. The Ambessa is just going to be dashing around, and who cares?
Yeah, and not to mention the lane is not going to be easy for him either. We've seen a lot of counter-pick Renekton into Ambessa, and a bunch of teams have shied away from it, but we even saw it yesterday as well. Just, you know, a blind Ambessa straight into a Renekton counter-pick. We're going to see it here once again. Rich has looked very comfortable on the pick, but might struggle a little bit. Maybe after his Scion game, he's feeling pretty good.
It says you're gonna reverse sweep right, and then it says like Dabong Rich, so like thumbs up Rich, and then it says thank you. Love that sign
Nice.
there. She definitely wrote it during the break. I think this comp absolutely can work. A lot of combo potential, but it is the harder comp to play by far.
Yeah, we'll see if those circles can all align into more than just a Venn diagram. As here on the side of BNK, definitely playable from the red side. Nicely done. We're ready. Let's hop into the rift for game number 2.
소환사의 협곡에 오신 것을 환영합니다. 미니언 생성까지 30초 남았습니다.
All right, game 2 on the cards here. We didn't expect to be in this position, but BNK, they got blue side. They played it very well, and they absolutely deserved that first win. And now it's up to DRX to answer the call, because maybe they weren't expecting so much pushback in this series, as a lot of us were not.
Yeah.
Well,
you know, Vikla on Ahri, definitely a pick that, you know, it can be up and down in terms of individual performance on. It's one that you can get a lot of lane advantages, you can push that electrocute edge, you could do so many things if you pilot it well, but it's kind of volatile into the Corki, obviously, because, you know, he's also kind of a lane bully and has Gatling gun, which will shred your resistances. So when you decide to trade, when you decide to go for those electrocutes, will be important for this mid matchup. Nice dodge there. As Vikla's a player who I kind of associate with Ahri the champion, because that was kind of back when he was in the LCK, and having playtime with Arya on KT Rolster was when Ahri got reworked, and he played it a few times back then, if my memory serves me well, and it was one of the picks that he looked better on, for sure, so see if he can perform on it. As trusting Vikla, you know, has had some, for those who have, you know, you've been heartbroken a few times. You know, not going to name any team names from another region or anything like that either, but I think with this comp, it's simple enough, you know? Simple enough.
Simple enough. Hitting level 2. Nicely done. Gonna get a cleanse out.
That's pretty huge. That gives them so much extra power in the lane, and what is already, as you mentioned, a big win in terms of the flex of the Corki to mid and playing the MF to get this advantage against the Ezreal that they left up. And now Diablo and Kellen are like, well, what advantages? Can still turn it around, of course, but kind of a freebie there set up by Kellen.
We're getting a lot of focus here on the Zyra clear. You know, it has been a little while since we've seen Zyra, I guess. I mean, she used to be quite meta, see her all the time.
A lot of other regions still play her a ton, too.
Yeah. And the one thing that she does really well, amongst other things, but one of the main things is her incredibly fast clear, right? So she's already here in the top lane. Clear tried to get in and get a ward down, but the clear is already done at 304. So immediately going to take a bunch of damage, and now he has to go back, and that's going to take some of that power away from the Renekton early on.
You know, a bit of an engage here again.
Going on in, proccing the Aftershock, but still taking a bunch of damage. As the MF, you know, remember we talked about in the draft how the MF got selected, it was available, the Corki was swamped into mid to do well in this lane, but so far not doing well.
Yeah, just some really nice angles from Kellen here to set Diablo up. Leona Ezreal is also a very strong lane. You know, it's very punishing if you get caught. Now, Raptor's down here.
Yeah, nice little dive set up here, although Kellen is going to get extremely low. First blood goes over, and Raptor as well is just dead. It's 2 kills given over to DRX in a failed dive in the bot lane.
That is why they call him Paperman. Well, I started calling him that, and then, you know, some LCK people call him Paperman. It hasn't really taken off yet. I'm trying to make it a thing. But
trying to make it a thing, yeah.
He's not very tanky. Doesn't have a ton of health at level 4. And that dive, when I saw the Viego, I was like, yeah, he's thinking about it, but maybe you get a summit best. This is just so difficult to pull off, especially because there's a Rel on the other side, you know? I mean, that turret, they didn't read the notes, I guess. Raptor may want to check up on what 2025 turrets are looking like. He may want to...
Yeah.
I mean, I'm being very harsh, but that was a optimistic dive that backfired in a big way. At least one of the kills went over to Ondil. That's all we could say.
Yeah, I mean, credit to Ondil. The immediate stun that came out from him really kind of threw Kellen for a loop. You know, there was no Q stun that came in from the Leona, so that allowed the flashes to come out, the late reaction as well. So at least DRX, they were expecting it. They responded very well, and they were able to turn around the rush situation. The dive itself was risky, and it did not pay off, as we did see. So
I just think the potential for that to go wrong was so high that the choice was not one that I'd make, but Raptor felt priced into. At least, you know, Diablo does get a kill. He is significantly ahead in terms of CS. As up here...
Yeah, Kellen doesn't have flash, and he's tanking up quite a lot. This is still a Leona. I felt like Teddy wasn't ready for it, almost. He was just hitting the minions, and so not a lot of damage goes in onto that Leona.
Yeah, and it's not really a big deal for BNK, because Diablo's landing into an Ambessa down here and doesn't care, and don't really lose anything from this. It's not like Teddy's going to be like, aha, now plate gold. So that didn't really work out. Definitely a missed opportunity, it feels like, for sure. And over here, Rich is just getting what he can. They told me that lane swaps were gone, but you know, just seeing them in every game, it's weird.
Yeah, they were just delayed, you know. Nice little charm dodge, but Kellen also here, okay, gonna miss that. UCal, I mean, it was a nice dodge, yes, but also he wasn't moving all that much. Diablo gonna get hit by the ult here, and now he's in a lot of trouble as he does not seem to have his Arcane Shift. Actually winning the trade now, as I say that. Flash comes in, still had barrier, as I got baited, and so did Rich. Yeah, it's a nice little trade for Diablo, down a level.
Yeah, down a level, doesn't have his ultimate. Conquer procs at the end of that. He was ready to take the kill.
All right, this time for sure. No, okay. Kellen just gonna, he doesn't die.
He's just really close with Clear. They're very good friends, and he wants to hang out with him in the lane. And Ondil and Teddy said, no. We're supposed to 2v1. But yeah, the lane setup here also giving some extra experience to Diablo. In the solo lane, will now pick up his 6. You can see he's a whole level up on Teddy right now, whose budget of his kit is pretty heavily skewed towards the ultimate. But he is, of course, also going to take a back here. And there's no objective to fight over, so that ult advantage doesn't necessarily matter right now. But it's these small things stacking up here for BNK that make this game feel pretty even. You know?
Ondil's desperately trying to hold this wave, and you know what? He's going to do a pretty good job of it. Only one minion passes him before Teddy gets up there.
And I think if that dive didn't happen, you know, that failed dive with a better trade up for DRX, BNK would feel like they're in a really nice position here. As Rich will get forced away. That pesky Kellen can't kill him. He's going to annoy you.
Yeah, he's kind of everywhere. He's been bot top, bot once again. And now it is just a legitimate lane swap. I think Renekton generally pretty good in lane swaps. You're not diving a Renekton. I mean, they're going to try. We'll see if it actually works out. We've already seen one dive kind of struggle. The Dominus is already here.
Does a lot of damage.
Zyra does, but already a miss on the root. A bit of damage coming out from the plants, and they've really chunked him down. Another dive happening in the bottom lane. I thought that dive would be a lot easier. The follow-up dive here is clean from the side of DRX, so in fact you can dive the Renekton if you're given enough time.
Yeah.
And they take him out, and guess who lives? It's Rich.
They just go for part 2. Rich has learned from the LCK Cup, where he would often try to greedily stay in these situations. He does not. He walks away. He survives. Now that there's some time passing, he feels like, okay, probably go back. Probably saw the jungler, or rather the support leave, so I can go over there and feel okay. And he will be able to get some of those minions. We have a weird situation here in this game with the lane swap, but you know, when the dust settles, it's still a very even game. DRX picking up some nice advantages off of that kill top side. And Rich is about a half of a level ahead of Clear, because Clear had Kellen soaking XP in his lane for a really long time. So there's that. That's one of the things that you can mention in terms of advantages. Kellen also behind in experience as a result, and will just now get his ultimate online in just a second here. Needs it so desperately for this upcoming fight. Grub's up in 50. And I think that is where BNK are looking to group up and engage. Again, the ease of execution of this comp feels like it should be there. You know, it feels like they shouldn't mess this one up. But getting to the objective is the tricky part. As you can see, Vikla does not have prio in the mid lane.
Yeah, getting to the objective, DRX, and they should be able to burst that down pretty quickly if they go for it. But it's going to pressure in the top side. Raptor, so far, he's just been, after that dive, just trying to farm up as much as possible. Actually, ahead of the Zyra by 1 at this point in time. Not half bad.
Yeah, I mean, the Zyra, now that she has setup here, though, it's really difficult to get in. You know, she's got her plant set. Doesn't have Leandri's yet, but has Burn Urn. So, you know, I mean, the longer you're walking towards her and trying to get in and look for an engage, the more damage you're taking. So, feels pretty nice here for DRX.
I mean, vision control and everything is going the way of DRX. A miss on the Charm, the Spirit Rush also used, as well as the Heartbreaker. Diablo also taking a big chunk from Teddy. Feels like DRX, de facto, will take over this river and all of the grubs. There's no kill here, but it's basically as good because you're just going to take all the objectives. We do have a fight down in the bottom side, although kind of short-lived. Clear not really respecting that. He doesn't really care about the Ambessa.
Yeah, it doesn't even need to use his ult in this situation, so feeling pretty good. As Raptor is pretty low from that last skirmish, is going to start this dragon up, and Vikla will TP, so it should be able to get this, but yeah, I think BNK looking a little bit lost in that last fight. Sponge not hesitating at all to look for the engage with the setup he already had. And you're starting to see big advantages stack up across the lanes outside of topside.
What are we watching?
Supportal combat!
Kellen, where are you going? I mean, he's stopping his back, I guess. But if you give him enough time, I mean, we're even seeing a Magnet Storm here. Oh, Angle got him, I guess, and now baited, I suppose. Okay, that was really strange. Teddy is going to kill Kellen.
Yeah, I really, like, Viego is bottom. I really don't see the angle that Kellen saw there.
I have no idea what that was.
Really don't, don't see it.
Just the whole thing, I just want to erase it. Like, pretend it didn't happen.
But at least I got to say supportal combat like Doa coined many years ago. I hope he's watching.
That's always a good one.
We miss you. He's visiting soon.
Oh, that's nice.
Yeah, gonna get to hang out. But Sponge is behind on farm, but making a much bigger impact in this game, although right now, maybe not.
Yeah, he doesn't have any flash or teammates or anything, and Clear's just going to pick up a nice kill. That's some value for your teleport. So DRX, or rather BNK, at least making some moves to try to come back in this game.
And yeah, I mean, that's a big pick. Not 100% sure why it went down the way it did, but he ends up getting caught there in the jungle, and see what else they can get as they are grouped. A bit of a tug of war for an objective that's spawning in 3 minutes here up on the top side.
I thought maybe they were going to pressure the top lane turret and try to pick up plates themselves, as Rich is just getting free money down on the bottom side.
Yeah,
free cash money.
Cash money, that's right.
Yeah. We still need that soundboard from you yesterday. That was great.
Just, you know, Photoshop $2 signs over my eyes. Especially this exchange rate.
Oh,
I'm not putting won or Japanese yen up there.
Yeah.
But, you know, in this, the topside exchange, I think they may have learned. Raptor was like having flashbacks of the top or the bottom dive. He does not want to repeat it. With a Corki who's got Valkyrie up there and Flash, this decides not to push the issue any further. The game is relatively even, but DRX are at a pretty nice level of control right now. Misfortune has her Bloodthirster, which means that she can kind of just walk up to these mid waves and push Diablo out and maintain a pretty comfortable level of prio, sitting on a 200 gold lead.
Well, we got UCal in a lot of trouble here, and he's going to elect not to flash. Definitely the right choice, especially with also Kellen making his way up there. There's just no way you're getting out alive. So another pick to BNK.
Yeah. Guess he just wasn't expecting everybody to be up there. Again, with the objective so far away, just a little bit of a greedy push. Gets punished. Rich still freely in control of that bottom lane. But at the end of the day, it's another kill. Game stays relatively even, just 1,000 gold between these two. What I'm most excited for is what's going to happen in a real 5v5 team fight, because we've had some shenanigans, you could say, in this game so far, but I feel like we haven't really been able to test these compositions against each other, how they're supposed to work functionally in a team fight with the pick opportunities you have with Leona, Ahri, Viego, with the Renekton as well, versus combos and circles like we were talking about. Very different identities for these two comps. The turn is insane for DRX, so if you don't end up getting that CC chain and locking somebody down, then Ando goes in, Rich goes in, Sponge goes in, and Teddy presses R in a very cone-shaped trajectory towards your whole team, and you lose. So you got to be really sure when you go in for that engage that you're going to get that target. And from behind, without full vision control like BNK had last game, this is a little tricky. As Andil's out here.
He is out here, grinding. He's trying his best.
What is that? What was that exchange? They were not on the same page. They were attacking different targets.
I don't know. It's been a weird day. We've had a lot of these recently at the LCK. I feel like I'm always casting them as well. At least this one not as weird as last week Saturday, me and Dan. Oh boy.
That was a day to be at home.
one of the LCK days of all time.
Yeah.
Oh my god. Yeah. We're getting a lot more action in this series, which is good.
All right, now DRX have control of this choke point and circles and cones. So that's good for them. The prio that Teddy holds in the mid lane is really so valuable right now. You can see Vikla on the top lane has that big wave of minions going through, but I think DRX would be happy to drop them to get this Herald. See if that collapses. If you can find a good target here on this Ahri.
Well, gonna miss the solar flare, but the charm's gonna land. It's a nice dodge on the root as well. Clear is in that back line amongst 5 of them, and the damage comes through. They just take him out. The MF ult is going to do a lot of damage there as well, but it's already 4v3 in favor of BNK, and Teddy's got to flash away. Raptor looking for some more as the resets coming through for the Viego and the Ahri.
Yeah, the soul lander's here for DRX, trying to keep BNK interested so they can actually take the Herald, but it's not going to work out. As you can see, Raptor is taking that now. Teddy's just going to go straight back to mid and try to push Diablo out, maybe get some sort of cross map here with Rich, but Diablo is Ezreal, in fact, so while he won't be able to deal with the misfortune and the wave push, he is not going to die in this scenario, and we'll be able to hold the turret. I want to watch that again because I'm not sure, where was Ando? Ando like comes in on this super weird angle. Like he's way up right now. Like look at where he is.
Hey, he's frontlining.
And he's frontlining, but like the split for BNK makes it really impossible for him to actually like Magnet Storm anybody. Like then they did. Well, I mean, any multiple buddies.
Yeah.
Any value Magnet Storm.
Okay, well, Callan just died.
Yeah.
In live, not sure how that happened.
He has died a few times this game in unusual circumstances, but we might get a replay of it to figure out a little bit more, but it looks like he was just trying to clear vision towards this dragon, ended up getting caught. Pizza strength to DRX after that play. One other thing I wanted to point out in that fight too is even though BNK ended up having such a great lead in it, it's just another supportal combat, but he has no teammates like last time's situation, so pretty similar. Is the fact that Teddy was able to do so much damage to the team, and he has that Bloodthirster, he's kind of deceptively tanky, deceptively difficult to kill, and if you kind of keep trying to funnel in with the Viego dive with Leona and everything, and Teddy's in a good spot, you're going to have a hard time. That's what I was trying to get at there. Kellen has, see if he can tighten it up a little bit, because he had a pretty decent game one.
Yeah, he was pretty good in game one. I just think the Leona has been a little bit of a pain point.
He was good in lane too, but it's like outside of that, it's been wacky.
I think it's a little bit of a disconnect between the team as well, because obviously he wants to clear the vision for the dragon. It's obvious what he wants to do. It's just that, you know, he's not talking to his team and on the same page as them, because either you got to know that your team is there and you're going to clear vision together, or you got to know that you're too far ahead and that you're alone, and that's really the issue.
Exactly.
That he needs to solve with himself and with the team. So, yeah. I mean, Raptor's super fed. So if Raptor's there, Kellen can clear all the vision he wants.
Yeah,
we're seeing that right now.
100%.
It's just there's no dragon anymore.
Yeah. Otacon in 40 is Andil.
All right, well, he's going to go in on the Viego once again. He's setting up for Teddy's ultimate afterwards, but I mean, maybe trying to bait them into a fight there in the choke doesn't quite pan out the way he thought it would.
Yeah, perhaps they need to implement some sort of on 3 type countdown system. You know,
simplify it a little bit more.
Like, you know, like Gumayusi famously would do with his Varus for some of the objective steals.
Yeah,
that he would coordinate with owner. Maybe something like that, where they count down together. Azandal, I think, in that situation is, you know, I'm being a bit facetious here. He was just a little bit disconnected and felt like that was his best opportunity to get multiple targets before losing most of his health bar. But Teddy was too far away to follow up. It's been a little bit of that going on in the game, with the supports out there fighting each other and the teams trying to keep up with their very high-tempo movement towards the enemy team.
Yeah.
As Diablo will now hit his 2-item spike on the Ezreal. And still no objective up for a while here, so at the end of the day, Teddy's not too far behind. In fact, ahead on gold.
Yeah. Feels like Cloud Soul is huge for BNK.
Absolutely massive.
So, I mean, think about Renekton, think about Viego, Ahri, really obvious ones, but even the bottom lane as well. Gonna have an ult in here, and gonna chase him down this very long lane. Clear has Flash and Dominus, and he just doesn't want any of it. He doesn't have any vision, he doesn't want to take the risk. Kellen, this time he's got Flash, so thankfully he's not gonna die this time around.
That was a very preemptive vision clear he was looking for there. He has Hex Flash uptime.
Yes.
Going up.
He has unlocked it, so that's good.
Yeah, could have been worse, is really what we're getting at here, but another similar issue here on this Leona. When you play Leona, sometimes you feel immortal. You have Aftershock, you have Eclipse.
Yeah.
You're sitting on Merc Treads, you're like, you can't even hold me in place very long. As well, top laners just take turns killing turrets.
Oh, we got a TP coming in. They want to punish Rich here, but Rich is Ambessa with Flash. Gonna get over this wall. Clear says, well, I guess we'll just trade Flash for your teleport, Vikla. Sorry about that, but yeah, not able to lock down Rich.
And
yeah,
unable to stop him from getting the turret. So both top lane turrets are now gone. Gold here pretty even, as is being showcased by production. Very close game. This next objective fight, where we have these 2-item spikes online, IE for Teddy, 2 items for UCal, 2 items for Diablo. Like, this Rod of Ages is complete. Like, this might actually be the fight that decides the game, or at least pushes it in one big lead for one of these teams. You know, we had a pretty big lead for DRX. It's faded now. They have Prio at the moment for this dragon. 40 seconds till it spawns, and Teddy's just going to keep controlling this mid lane. Even Vikla coming over to try to help out to deal with these minions. In terms of teleports, everyone but Vikla has it.
Uh-oh. Hide on Bush. And guess who's up here as well? No objective just yet, but we got TPs coming in. But guess what? It's already 2v1. So your TP, Rich, it's not going to amount to all too much. He's just going to have to run away, as now Raptor is Corki chasing after the flashless Ambessa, and the rest of the team is coming up here as well. They don't even need them, as the Heartbreaker does come out. Raptor gets a big shutdown. This Viego is pretty gigantic right now. Flash Charm right on top of Sponge, but he will be punished for it. Vikla does get locked down by Andil, but now with the resets coming through with the Viego and the Renekton and the Ezreal, this is what this comp loves to do, is just chase you down, get more resets, and have a very scrappy fight. DRX not able to find the team fight they were looking for, and so BNK will take the lead.
I think this really just threw DRX off completely. The fact that they look for a pick onto UCal in the top lane is just not what they expected. You know, they expected it was going to be more dragon focused. UCal can TP in, so he's just going to hold it up there. And then the fact that the Viego is topside is something they just really didn't account for. Like, I think that's really where the dominoes start to fall over here for DRX, because Raptor should be with his team trying to fight over and get that prio back is what they expect, but instead he comes up here, and Rich thinks he can TP in to save the play, ends up going disastrously wrong for him, as he is taken out as well in exchange. So he's now down TP. And then over here, they try to make something happen, because they're like, okay, well, that was a disaster, but maybe in the interim we can get something done, and then end up overextending. And I thought the game was going to be blown open wide on a Dragon fight, but it was just the events leading up to Dragon, and Raptor making a really cool call. I think one that most wouldn't have expected, and a Viego ganking up there with a Renekton onto a Corki. Also doesn't sound like a recipe for success, but it worked out and puts BNK in such a fantastic position. Now they have Soul Point.
Yeah, and UCal's been getting caught out a lot, but really a lot of credit goes over to Clear and Raptor, as you already highlighted, for just setting up that play, just hiding on Bush, expecting him to overcommit, which he has been doing a lot in the series. I also, for DRX, you know, they tried to go for Diablo, who's a Ezreal with Flash, and they go very deep into the jungle as their top lane is dying, as both UCal and Rich are dying. So the timing of that could not have been worse. They get caught out, and they kind of get stuck in a fight where they get chased down. It's not going to look good. And that Cloud Soul that's so good for BNK's comp, they're just one step closer to it, and they take the gold lead.
Even every single individual elemental Drake is just so good for them. You know, it's the 3 Drakes they sit on right now feels amazing. You know, the extra cooldown reduction, it's although slight, even that they pick up from Hextech, feels great for Ahri, Ezreal, you know, even to a lesser extent Viego. As Vicla's on a flank here.
Oh man. This is what the Ezreal does from ahead, and now that flank you mentioned is gigantic. They try to go in on it onto Viego once again. It's just not lighting up for Andil. He just keeps going in on Viego and getting punished. 4 kills happen in the blink of an eye. BNK, they can take Baron now.
Yeah, 100%, and UCal's down flash. You know, there's just no way he's going to get out of that. I think it was a really nice setup from Vikla. And as the team collapses here with Diablo pushing and pressuring, it's natural for UCal to be like, all right, well, I got to trade back here, but he doesn't have flash. He's not in a position to escape. They have no control whatsoever, and DRX are falling apart in this one. Off the back of some really aggressive, confident plays from BNK. This is a different team, I think, today than what we've seen all year long, and it's obviously, again, against a weaker caliber of opponent than a lot that we've seen. I mentioned the Gen.G loss that was from LCK Cup, where Gen.G were super far behind against BNK, and BNK couldn't close it out. This feels like another one of those situations where, you know, if you were looking at BNK in the past, you'd be like, can they win from here? And I feel like with the decisions that we're seeing them make, the decisions we saw them make in Game 1, it was so much smarter, so much better than what they did when they had that lead against Gen.G. I think they will close it out. Like, they're playing so well.
Yeah, I mean, Raptor incredibly strong here. He's just baiting them into fights. Like, this area is controlled by BNK. DRX have no business being around there and trying to turn that one onto the Viego that's got 6 kills. And so they will be punished once again. The Ripple Baron power play is on. And we see some pings on the Dragon, but yeah, the Dragon's not up. They can take the Otacon.
By the way, Raptor has Bloodthirster.
Yeah.
He had Collector a while ago. This is, you know, against the Zyra, obviously, that gets a lot of gold because of her farming, but farming kills does give you a 3.3 thousand lead, and now he's got a shield.
Yeah, the shield bow, right?
Yeah, shield bow, sorry. I think I said Bloodthirster. He's got the shield
They're
bow.
both red.
Yeah.
They kind of, you know, stick out. They got like the white in the middle. It makes sense. Yeah, Sponge might just be dead here. I'm not sure about the follow-up, though. The Flash Charm not going to land this time.
Similar type of item, yeah. Yeah,
I mean, it looks similar. Like, you can see them, right?
When Viego's ripping through a team fight and getting resets, the last thing you want to have to deal with when you're trying to kill him is a shield when he gets low. And the lifesteal as well. Feeling very good. Tons of experience now picked up from the Otacon pedals. On top of it all, I feel like this one is, as I haven't said for a while, all over but the crying, it feels for DRX. I mean,
yeah.
Their composition has a lot of combo potential, but difficult to actually make it work. Just like in Game 1, difficult to make things work with your comp when there's so much aggressive vision being pushed into you, so much aggressive control, and BNK know how to hold on to these leads. I wouldn't have said this about this team after LCK Cup, but the fundamentals from ahead have definitely improved with this squad.
Yeah. Diablo very confident as well. You can tell he's playing out this Ezreal aggressively, fitting them into bad spots. Arcane shifting forward when he knows the timing is right. And it's all about this Cloud Drake. DRX note as well. We talked about it in draft as, you know, this comp is difficult to make work, and they have had a lot of difficulty making it work.
Rich is super careful here. He's so aware that there's a possibility he gets caught on rotation.
It looks like there was a ward that spotted them.
Andil is so important for setting up those combos. He cannot get caught. Goes down to half health.
Just turning on a Rich here. I feel like BNK don't necessarily have to do this, but the scrappier the better, I suppose, for their comp. And trying to catch out Rich. But DRX are going to reclaim this Tri-Brush. Andil, though, level 9. As here comes Kellen, he's going to engage straight onto Teddy, not going to follow up there. Vikla does get isolated. Kellen is going down. This is a very messy fight for the Cloud Soul. Still taken by BNK. In goes Vikla once again. Look at the damage from the True Shot Barrage, but no follow-up here for Clear. As a massive Q comes in. He locks 2 of them down and just baited by the Fed Renekton once again. Okay, well that was kind of sad, but it's okay. You already did your job, and Diablo will clean up from here.
He just saved the fight for them,
Yeah.
100% on his own. It was a lost fight if he doesn't make those plays, if he doesn't get those kills. Cleans up house. That was actually, it looked like a big whiff for B&K with the control they had, because the fight starts off with DRX actually getting grouped up. Like, that's the scenario they were trying to prevent, with Rich trying to block him out, but Vikla cannot get in and join his team. Teddy gets interrupted here by Clear. Another heroic play from him in this fight. Solos him, essentially. True Shot Barrage does a ton of work, and then Clear is like, well, I can fall. Look how low he gets. He gets Lifeline from his Maw, and actually is able to flash on top of and kill UCal. That item getting some serious value here for Clear. Does mess up going over the wall, but like you said, he did his job. Otherwise, if he dies there, I think there's a lot more push, there's a lot more potential they can get onto.
뭐야 이거? 레넥톤?
What is this Renekton?
얘네 이제 태어난다 5초 뒤에.
Oh, I thought he was just saying, because I thought he was just giving him big ups for what he did in the fight.
Instead, he's memeing his dash over the wall, which it was
okay,
funny.
Vikla, you're dead, man. Are you really gonna be memeing on your teammate after he just won the fight for you and you're in the death chamber?
Yeah, I mean,
a little peanut gallery commentary, I feel. The backseat driving for Vikla over here. Yeah. They're in such a good position to close this one out now.
He baited out the Ondil ult, I guess. Because Ondil, you know, we talked about the wobble combo potential of this comp. I have only seen single-man Magnet Storms the entire game. And it's much more difficult to do from behind, but when it was an even state, it was much easier for DRX to play, and still we were getting single-man Magnet Storms. It just feels like some of our lower-level Rels, they're like, I see target, I'm just sending everything into this guy. And it has not been working out. I believe it happened. I believe it happened yesterday as well. Maybe with DNF. Not 100% sure. Where it just felt like, you know, there's no restraint.
Yeah.
Like, oh, you just gotta go in 100%. And you know, I understand if they 100-0 Vikla there and it's cleaner, then you know you can get something done. But it wasn't meant to be. And we haven't seen the wombo combo just yet.
No, not quite. I don't think we are going to see it. As you can see here, we're not seeing much of Ritz's health bar either. Diablo is level 18. And, you know, that was one of our key points in the match. How's he going to do against Teddy? It's making a very large impact.
Hasn't been much of a contest between the two of them,
no.
Actually. Diablo's just been winning every game so far. Ondil gonna go in. He is gonna catch a Ezreal, but that's not a real target. And Ondil will be going down. Teddy also pretty low. In they both go though, stacking on top of each other into the Zyra. But I think the wallets are heavy enough that they can just press their buttons, go all in, and end the game. As Rich, just pulled out of his ult. Not going to land it, and that will be the end of this one. BNK, very clean performance, and DRX, they're gonna have to figure out what happened today.
Yeah, this was not the same performance from them that I saw against T1, where they pushed T1, you know, to a pretty uncomfortable position. They did end up losing both of those games, but looked really good. I think definitely some of the hype for DRX deflating after this one, but I gotta say, it was a clean series from B&K, start to finish. And I don't think most people would have expected them to take this series, but you knew it would be close. I think even less likely, I think much more surprising than anything else, is that they take it with a very clean 2-0. Most people didn't think the series was going to be clean in general, but their play in general, overall, especially from ahead, was just so solid. Knowing how to close out games is sometimes half the battle for some of our lower teams, and for B&K, I don't think it's an issue, at least from what we saw here.
Yeah, pretty clearly not. Very nicely done from them. You know, as you mentioned, as much as DRX struggled, B&K was thriving. So really big ups to them. Huge 2-0. That's our Spacers were talking about it. This is a matchup where these two teams are likely to be pretty even in the standings. And if you can get big wins over your direct rivals, it's going to make a big difference. As we got the guns out here for Vikla. Had a pretty nice performance on the RE. Wasn't really the main character, but he had that nice flank the one time, so nice for him. Just felt like a team effort. Really was impressed by Raptors Viego for sure. You know, the Ari Viego making its return, and we haven't seen too much Viego, but he made it seem like a very relevant pick. So nicely done from him.
Such a good comp for it. No Kellen, no win. Kind of somewhat fitting because I feel like
Kellen was on the winning team.
He was on the winning team. He was. They often did it without him as well in this game. But no, I don't think we can criticize Kellen too much for some of those big mistakes he made in terms of like some weird decisions, because overall was pretty solid in the team fights. You know, you do have to work on some of those things against a stronger opponent. Those mistakes might actually cost you even bigger. But remember, this started off with lane dominance as well from Diablo and Kellen. Like, Kellen ended up being the reason why they got lane advantages. This was maybe a bridge too far, but you know, his Leona play in lane was very solid. He had a good game one. And then this play from Raptor just opened up the whole game, because I think most people would not have expected that Viego gank there, and then DRX just kind of fall over trying to fix it. Rich TPs in while they're also pushing, like you mentioned, in mid and dying there. And DRX really lost full control at that moment, because up until that point, especially after that failed dive bottom side, they were looking like they were pulling slightly ahead.
Yeah. If this were the space, this would be highlight 2, because that's where the game ends, right?
Yeah.
You know, it's like, it's just such a massive one-sided fight in so many different aspects. And then they follow it up with this, which leads into Baron. And the game is just off the rails from there. DRX, they had a decent shot in this one, you know, trying to turn on to Vikla. But again, no wombo combo power. You're already very far behind. And the fight gets scrappy, which is where BNK's comp is really going to shine. And even though they almost killed Clear, they did not.
Yeah, Clear saves this fight. I think if DRX win that fight, the game gets a little bit more interesting. Let's see the comms here. Vikla very vocal. He's not just calling out Clear for messing up going over the wall. He's sharing some information.
Yeah.
And we know Kellen has never really been the shot caller type, so it's not surprising to see other players pick up the slack, actually, here in the case of BNK. Good to see Vikla being vocal.
Yeah. He needed someone to do it. And Vikla is certainly a voice. He's been around for a decent while now as well. I mean, so is Kellen, but as you mentioned, he's already kind of declared that he's not really a shot-calling type. Diablo with huge damage. I think you get an Ezreal this fed. It's just bound to happen, but excellently played as well. Was really impressed by that. And Raptor, and big numbers going to Clear as well.
Yeah. I voted for Raptor for POM. I thought his performance across both games was really solid, and his play, his gank in the top side is what kind of solidified the game. You could find it on the gold diff in the graph if you try hard enough, but he ends up getting it. I think it's not a shocker. I think you could have given it to a few different players.
Yeah, I think Diablo's a decent shout as well. I'm sure he's going to get some votes.
Yeah, Clear had a pretty nice Renekton game and had that fight-saving play. Not 100% necessary, I guess, but I am curious to see where the votes are going to land, but I'm happy that Raptor gets his credit. It's his second of the season as well, so coming up really big for this team. He's been around for a while now, but it was never on like a strong team, but is really starting to really hit his stride.
He's looking good, and we're going to hear from him right now, so let's throw it over to the translation of the POM.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Dear for the POM interview translation, joined by Raptor on the side of BNK FearX. Congratulations! This is your second consecutive victory. How do you feel? Today, we prepared really hard for today's match, thinking that our opponent is very strong, and I'm really happy that we're able to secure today's victory. This is your second victory in a row, and a unanimous one. Did you expect one? You know, I couldn't really predict who was going to get POM today, but I guess it was deserved. And in a previous interview, we heard that you guys had to remain composed and execute the play that you have to make. So what changed that brought your performance to this level? I think we discussed a lot as a team regarding what we have to improve on in terms of mechanics and technicality, but I think that's what really made the difference. I feel like we always had a really strong early game, and we never was able to close out a lot of the games that we were able to take, so I think that's what we worked on the most. And you had an incredible performance in Naafiri jungle. Before today, Naafiri had a 37.5% win rate. So do you have a tip for Naafiri at all? Well, I think you just really have to play around the vision. Just to close the gap between your practice matches and the real matches on stage, it looks like Kellen had mentioned that you guys really need some calm and collected mindset. And it looks like you got that. Is that right? Yes, I think so too. So what's next? What's your next goal? Our next goal would be to sort of focus on all those kind of minute and detailed plays within the matches. And your next opponent will be KT Roaster. What is your resolution? KT's also a very good team. And just as good of a momentum we have right now, we want to go ahead and keep it up. And that's the end of the interview with Raptor, and back to the space. Thank you.
For the first time in 2025, BNK FearX have a winning record, a 2-game winning streak, and dare I say, upset of the season so far.
You dare not say.
I do dare say.
You dare not say
it. You can be wrong.
I mean, what was the upset of the season? They beat Bro. That was a pretty big upset too.
Are you talking upset for them specifically, or like upset in general?
Raptor was the player of the match. Let's take a look at the voting from everyone. Very clear who was going to get that, despite Clear having a superhero play in the top lane, or in the Drake pit.
Yeah, both Clear and Diablo, I think, also had great performances.
And it's the Sion moment.
Which is why he didn't get a vote. Otherwise, he was gone votes, right? Because actually, outside of that, his game 1 was good, and then in this game, he obviously played well. I think Raptor's a no-brainer, though, and he really is starting to get to the level that we've seen with Delight before, where even though this team, I don't think is gonna suddenly become, you know, a top-tier contender, but he just keeps putting in solid performance after solid performance after solid performance ever since he joined, and he's stringing them together even more and more consistently, and particularly as a jungler. I think that's so hard.
I think what was so worrying for me is in the LCK Cup, Clear and Raptor had looked really underwhelming, and especially because like previously on this roster, those were two like the shining lights, and I think that was what really made me feel very low in this roster in general. But they showed up today. Raptor, you know, back-to-back POM, really strong performance.
Yeah, we know what they're capable of, those two players, given the fact that they brought BNK FearX to playoffs last split. Let's take a look now at our comments. And Chronicler going with some alliteration. Go ahead.
Yeah, Ruinous Raptor dunking on DRX with the dog. And, you know, Ruinous already first of Viego, but it's Twitch chat, so I figured they wouldn't catch it. So I had to spell out Viego.
Did you practice that? You said that so fast.
Yeah, that's the job, Degon.
No, that's a good effort, little bro. You know, gotta do some alliteration.
What? Little bro? You guys just been fighting the whole time. All right, let's see.
Dan always does this. Did you do this because of me? You little snake!
This is alliteration.
You mean lizard like Raptor?
He saw my comment?
Rightful reverence. Remarkable rendition.
Okay,
wow.
You know what this is?
That was righteous, Stan.
No, this is fluff. This is bad. This is just picking words just because they start with the same letter.
Look, I'm sorry I did it better. I'm sorry I did it better than you. It means so. The whole sentence
Remarkable rendition.
I see a lot of words that start with the letter R, and yours didn't, Cronny, so...
Okay, is this the new thing?
That's not even good criticism out of your phoning it in, Degon.
Is this the new thing, by the way? First predictions, now it's POM comments. What won't you get upset about?
Yeah. I think you should stop being a little regretful right now. It feels
practice your alliteration. That's all I gotta say.
Let's take a look at what Wolf put as well. Raptor is a scary T-Rex.
Oh, it was T-Rex. We got some confusion because he put Trex in the chat.
Yeah.
You know, that could have been a lot of things.
Yeah.
It mean T-Rex. That makes sense when it's a Raptor as well.
I mean, Raptors aren't T-Rex.
There aren't tier. I wasn't.
That one was hurting my brain more than the alliteration. There's a Velociraptor out there who thinks he's a fox. Thank you, Pony, for that one.
But isn't Velociraptor like way scarier than a fox? I've seen foxes. They're not that.
Yeah, but fearless.
Yeah, but you've never seen a Velociraptor, have you?
Scary.
Well, no, but they seem scary in the movies.
Maybe they've been exaggerating, you know?
What do you mean?
And here's our last one, the resurrection of an extinct dinosaur.
So
there by
dramatic.
Prince. Yeah.
Love that.
Prince has always got away with words.
I think it's a pretty good line as well, because like the big thing we're talking about is the return of form. So, you know, I think it goes pretty hard. And he didn't try and fail at alliteration like you did. So, you know, perfect.
Oh my gosh. All right. Well, yeah. Great stuff there. BNK Fearx take the victory as we take a look at some of the highlights here from the
Deacon just completely cooked by us. Understandably, as then I will stop fighting for the remainder of this specific segment. And this was a vision trap that kind of ended it. But for me, it's the fact that BNK were able to actually play to their win comp so well, which is actually playing to the URT skirmishes, right? Using the mobility, using the resets, and really showcasing that DRX wasn't quite ready for all that.
Yeah, I think, you know, Wolf said it really well, that the composition that DRX had, there's a lot of anti-dive tools, a lot of AoE, but it's a harder comp to play. And ultimately, we saw BNK Fearx really just picking DRX apart and not letting them get that sort of grouped wombo combo they were really looking for. And I think this really demonstrated that. And the game really just never felt like it was in DRX's control.
Yeah, again, just kind of disappointment here for DRX as they have to go back to the drawing board off of what seemed to be promising, seemed to be that they had figured things out as we take a look at the standings after this series. They're down there, back in the middle of the pack, and this is where we found DRX for kind of the last couple of years.
And these wins are a really big deal for BNK, right? The fact that they're actually able to already get themselves against some of that direct competition. Again, BNK is trying to compete for 6th. That's the reality of it, right? Like, until we actually see them punch up, they're going to be competing with teams like KT, with Nongshim, with DRX, and with Bro. So getting a winner, I think, is a really big deal.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, we've seen teams like DRX have seasons where they've only gotten like a handful of wins across it. Against teams like BNK Fearx, that's where you're looking to get those. So it feels rough to lose this matchup, especially in this manner.
All right, well, with that, the series done and dusted, it's time for another edition of the Telecom War. Big, big stuff here. News, roster changes, all of that in it this edition. We're going to have all of that after this short break. T1 versus KT.
of the past, the present, and the future. A new era, the same empire.
국제전 우승이라는 그 수건이 연이어서 하나생명의 우승 시리즈가 이어지고 있습니다.
What doesn't kill me makes me stronger. makes me stronger.
T1 파이팅! 대상형 천돈 축하해! KT 화이팅! KT 화이팅!
Hello and welcome back to the LCK. We're moving into the second match of the night. We got the Telecom War, the first one of this year's regular season of the LCK. Still Valdez with Wolf. And, you know, you and I have been doing a lot of Telecom Wars over the many, many years across multiple games. This one is going to be quite an interesting one, Wolf.
It certainly will be. We have two starting 80 carries that were not the ones you would have expected, I think, coming into today with Smash, of course, and Paddock coming into the bottom lane. T1 coming off of a loss to Gen G, which was a very close series, a very close final game.
A great one.
The most watched regular season game of all time. They ended up taking the loss there, but I think people are not putting them at where they are in the standings right now, but are putting them as likely a top 2 team in the LCK. We'll get a better answer about that when they face off against Hanwha Life Esports later this week. But they're definitely the favorites against a KT roster that have had a very rough start. KT 0-2, and BDD feels like he's the only one trying to carry this team across the finish line with some help from Cuz. But I think the bottom lane is the part of the roster that has been the most heavily criticized. Speaking of bottom lane, Smash, his first appearance in the LCK regular season. It is his LCK debut, as LCK Cup, of course, is a different tournament. How will he perform today up against a rookie? To a certain extent, Paddock has played in the LCK before here in Paddock.
Not an official rookie,
Not
but
official
certainly a guy that doesn't have a lot of experience. Certainly more than Casting has. Another guy who is playing here for KT. I think KT, they saw what happened in LCK Cup, where they made it to playoffs and then they got boomed by Nongshim very quickly. And then the beginning here of LCK, and they did not like what they saw. And they made a lot of changes. They already brought in Peter and now Paddock, and also Casting very early on. They're just bringing in all the new players and saying, somebody get it done, because currently we're not.
Yeah, and you know, I was criticizing them for bringing Casting in, but they're bringing him in again. I'll talk more about that later, because we got to talk about this. Faker, he has played the most games of any player in the LCK, and tonight, in a Telecom War, he will play his 1,000th game.
Yeah.
And see his top 5 champions played here. LeBlanc, the one he's arguably most famous for, the beginning of his career, still in top 5, but the Azir, the Corki, the Orianna,
Look at
The
the
rise.
Azir. It's more than double the second to his Corki. Of course, Faker did play through every single year of the Azir Corki meta, so it makes a lot of sense. But he's also played 18
Look at his win
champions.
rate. Look at his win rate. It's exactly 2/3. It's actually insane. 6-6-6-3-3. That is just so cursed. He's the unkillable Demon King, Valdez. That's why he's got 6-6-6. And he's looking for a 6-6-7.
Yeah. He might just get it tonight. You know, one win, I would say, probably expected. And Faker, obviously the most famous player we have here. It is an honor to be here while he does get his 1,000th game. Doran's like, oh, I thought we were doing something. The fist bumps don't matter. The fist bumps still do matter, but we also do have a little something special prepared for Faker.
We certainly do. Telecom War, KT Rolster have played T1 so close in so many recent ones after T1 have gotten the better of them for many, many years. It's been still close. Saw the one of the last big ones, of course, at the home ground where the KT were able to take the upset. This is a big match. Big implications for KT Rolster if they can take the win with more moving parts here. Poduk and Casting coming back in up against Smash. But we have a ceremony prepared here for Faker with the LCK Commissioner for his 1,000th game, the first LCK player to do so. Deft, you know, obviously, I don't think it's going to catch him. As you can see, he's very far behind.
Yeah.
And BDD is really the closest one, and he's on the stage with him right now.
Yeah. BDD and Peanut. The two of them around 750, so very far away from this guy. So you can see every champion that he has played. His first ever was, of course, the famous Nidalee game up against Ambition in the mid lane. And then since there, played a whole slew of different things across the ages, 80 different unique champions played. And then we're going to see what he's going to play tonight as well. We also had this graphic the other day, but also we'll have it today.
It is just insane that Faker has played more games than a ton of a majority of the champions have been played in the LCK. Look at some of these picks, you know, like Varus, for example. It's been high prio for basically forever. Lucian, as well as Gnar, one of the safest blind pick champions. He's up there, he's above him. More games. That is just absolutely insane. One of the craziest stats you could ever see in any sport.
I love you 1,000. That's a great sign. A lot of fans, of course, celebrating Faker's 1,000th game, and it's a great environment to be here for it. You know, it's a match where T1 are expected to win. There's also a lot of different players coming in. Yeah, it feels like there's a lot of hype generated around this day.
And there's of course, the elephant in the room to be addressed is there's 3 trucks outside Lowell Park, and it's a controversial move to put Smash in again after Guma's performance against Gen G and a tough loss there. It was definitely the game that everyone was talking about, those ending moments. You know, Wadid mentioned it yesterday. It's been a tumultuous year for T1, not getting Zeus re-signed, the shuffles in the bottom lane. Faker has lived through so many different rosters. He's been a part of so many iterations of SK Telecom T1, now T1, and he's triumphed so many times. He's sitting at the... Is that a... I saw 3
That's
trucks,
a 9.
but I was corrected. It's 9 trucks, actually. Excuse me. Triple the trucks.
We, yeah, we're tripling everything here.
I look at this situation, and Faker has triumphed. You know, he's sitting at 66.6 rounded to 7 win rate across so many different rosters. Smash now starts over Guma the same way Teddy started, or Guma started over Teddy back in 2021. T1 wasn't winning until they figured out their roster back then. They had a massive roster, players like Cuz Elim, you know, we had him return, and they figured out that this, you know, ZOF GK roster was it. But it can't be it forever, right? T1 still has to be willing to make adjustments, and they've made the call here after some thoughtful discussion, as they put it on social media.
Yeah.
And that's all I'm going to say about it from here on out. Let's watch the game. I'm looking forward to a Telecom War, Valdez. I'm looking forward to seeing how Smash performs. He had some phenomenal games in the LCK Cup. He had some incredible games in Challengers alongside Reckless throughout last year.
I think the main thing that can't be denied is that Smash is an extremely talented player, and of course there is a lot of drama around all the different swaps and stuff, but he's great. He's a very good player. I'm excited to see him play again, and all the best to him. We'll see how well he can do tonight. I think that for T1, you're catching KT in flux, where they're making all sorts of changes, and they're just trying to throw stuff at the wall and see what hits, see what sticks. And that's not a good spot for KT to be in, you know? BDD and Cuz, they are the two guys that are staying there since the beginning of the year. But you've got a couple of guys who are essentially rookies who don't have a lot of experience, plus Peter, who also doesn't have a lot of experience. And T1, they've played this roster. They can win with this one against very strong teams. I think they should be the big favorites tonight against KT as well.
You know, it takes a lot of adjustments to become the team that you're destined to be, the best version of yourself. When you have a challengers lineup to pull from, and I think when Smash was initially put in the lineup, it shocked a lot of people, but what might have been more shocking than him starting over Guma was how well he performed under such immense pressure. You mentioned the 9 trucks, you mentioned what happens every time a tweet goes out, whether it's from the T1 social media for anyone else. He's been under more scrutiny than almost anybody in LCK history, and he's still put up some fantastic performances, as I said, and let's see how he does tonight. For KT, like you said, this is a tough one. I like that they stuck with casting. I mentioned this when they subbed casting in last time. I didn't like putting him in the beginning of it, or the middle of a series for a performance-based decision, because that makes Perfect lose confidence. Casting also lost, so how is he going to walk away from that? But they stick with it. They start him here again. If it becomes more of a long-term thing, this roster here for KT, they start to find a little bit more success. That is what the dream scenario is just a reminder as we get into this first game. We don't know what Faker's 1,000th champion will be. As you also look at this list, if I'm not mistaken, they're all 9 of the 100 marks, including, of course, then the additional one for the Nidalee, are unique champions. We'll see if it's going to be a repeat today.
Yeah.
Be the Azir that he's so famous for, or will be another one.
Every time he plays Azir, he doesn't get closer to passing Azir on the most played, right? He needs to play less Azir, and he needs other people to also play less Azir so that he can catch up to Azir and pass Azir on the champions list.
You know, Fearless does give him a little bit of an edge.
Yeah.
That helps him quite a bit, I would say.
Unfortunately, Azir does get played every series, but still,
Could have been 3 games of Azir, now it's a maximum of 1 out. I'll give you that. As Faker is doing the famed Faker reboot, we've had about 1,000 of these as well, approximately.
Yeah. Do you think he's done it every single time?
Not every
There must
time.
have been at least one time where he didn't do it.
Yeah, I think at least once he didn't, but
I actually don't know if he did it early on in his career.
I don't think so.
I feel like he didn't, and then eventually he just adopted it into his routine.
It's every year a new milestone for Faker, you know? Well, that's a new star on his jersey, a new record of the season, a new champion played.
Yeah.
He has played 80 unique champions as a mid laner across his career. The milestones just keep stacking up. He has so many LCK titles, and of every single SK Telecom and T1 title that's on the T1 banner that hangs in Lol Park, he was a part of each and every single one of them. Every Worlds title they picked up as well. He is by far the greatest esports player of all time. And, you know, we have a bit of a delay, we have a bit of an issue here to start the game, but I'm here to glaze on Faker on his 1,000th game. I'm here for it, Valdez. I'm here to look at all these signs.
How can you not, right? I do remember the first time I cast Faker, right? I don't know if you have that memory as well. Back in 2017, actually, because I cast in 2012, but that was actually before he debuted. And then afterwards, when I came back to League in 2017, it was a special moment, you know? It just feels different when you're casting this one guy.
I have like a more special memory of meeting Faker or interacting with him for the first time when he came to support the SK Telecom StarCraft 2 Pro League team one day and just ran into him backstage, and he instantly bowed to me, even though he had no idea who I was. And of course, at the time, I wasn't a League of Legends commentator, but of course, everybody knows who Faker is.
Yeah.
And even back then, it was probably 2014 or 2015 when this happened.
Yeah.
So he was still early in his career, but he had already made such massive waves and instantly struck me as an extremely respectful person. Not only has Faker accomplished so much in-game, but he's been such a big face of League of Legends esports for so long, has always given honest answers too. I feel like a lot of people regard Faker as one of the best well-spoken players in interviews. He also is pretty, he will cut harshly as well with his words when he wants to as well. It's not that he just doesn't ever say anything controversial, but he says it in such a wise, sage-like way. It's time though, no more glazing. Well, 1000th win via W. Let's find out, Valdez.
There's always more time for that, Wolf. You know, 1000th game here for Faker, and technically the first game for Smash in the LCK regular season. And immediately we're going to start off with the two most broken AD carries that get banned away pretty much every game. Varus and Kalista Talia also taken off the board. A very strong BDD champion. The other one would be Azir, but that's also banned, so giving potential hope for Faker to continue to catch up to Azir.
Yeah, and for him to potentially play another unique champion on game 1000. Final ban here for T1 will be the Jace. Take that away from casting. BDD's Talia, I think, is a wise ban. He has been very good at it, and he has been so important for KT Rolster. And they take the Azir away, so both of those very commonly played mid lane champions in game 1 are gone. Gwen taken away from Doran, and this means that Vi is left up, and Owner will snap that one in. Pretty simple start here to our telecom war in terms of the bans.
Yeah.
Very basic pick.
I feel like if you don't ban Gwen, Doran plays Gwen, but then you have Rumble. So I feel like they had a good answer to it, but they just did not want to see Gwen by any means. And that unfortunately leaves the Vi available for T1, whereas you could have potentially gone like, you know, the Rumble and the Vi.
Yeah.
If you leave the Gwen available. I don't know if T1 would have fallen into that trap, but they're still going to take the Rumble.
That's what I would have expected, to be honest. Yeah, that they would play Rumble Vi into the Gwen and feel very good about it. Strong combo. Podek will deny Smash from what is already a pretty iconic pick for him in the Ezreal. No Varus available, no Kalista. Kai'Sa, however, one of those picks. And people are saying Smash Pilot's better than Guma. We've seen a lot from him. Is likely to be the lock-in here in response. Works well with the Vi in terms of the dive setup this comp is already starting to come with. We knew it was going to be Ahri. I mean, it's one of the most broken builds right now.
What if he uses his skin?
He might. A 1000th game?
1000th game, you know, this is kind of has that vibe, you know?
I feel like Faker.
I don't think he will, but
Faker has a skin for Ahri, right? The famous one.
Yeah.
But his skin for Ahri is no skin, and I think he'll be using that one. But we'll see. We'll see, Valdez.
Yeah.
Today could be the day, as Xin Zhao will get locked in. So it's going to give you a little bit more frontline for your Ezreal, for your Rumble here. And in general, pretty robust composition on both sides here. A little bit more of a theme, though, I would say, for T1s.
Yeah, they definitely do. I think the Xin Zhao just generally strong, but also good at disengaging and creating a lot of space. You know, like if they try to dive a backline, you got Xin Zhao in the right spot. He can potentially save your carries. He can also go forward, obviously. And Besta going to be banned away here. KT already have their top laner, so Doran going to be targeted just a bit in terms of what he can play into the Rumble. The Silas also banned away from BDD, who hasn't picked his champion yet.
Will be another ban to go over potentially to Doran here in this spot, unless they want to go for a support ban instead towards Keria, which would just give us a hint of what Podek is likely looking to try to play here. Okay, will be the Rakan.
Yeah, Rakan just
sorry,
get banned.
Peter, excuse me.
Yeah, Podek and Peter. I mean, there's the alliteration. It's kind of difficult to distinguish between the two. But yeah, Rakan does get banned away, so only that Mbessa target towards Doran.
The Rakan ban doesn't really give me too many hints as to what they want to pair with this Ezreal just yet.
The Poppy ban is 100%.
Yeah, that's
what you got to go for.
Yeah, that seems pretty obvious here. Could just play Leona, but it doesn't necessarily work very well with their comp. It's very strong with Ezreal, and we saw that work out very well for Kellen in the lane in our previous series, but for an Alistar here potentially instead, which Peter has had some, you know, aggressive plays on already here in LCK 2025. Keria going to give a little bit of a hover on that Pantheon as we wait to see what that top lane matchup is going to be. Interesting to maybe potentially give Doran the Galio counterpick here to the Rumble. We've seen this one before.
Yeah, we've also seen it banned when the Red Side team had Rumble. Hololive Esports did that just yesterday against DNF.
The Nico is something that Keria has a lot of experience playing in the past and gives you a ton of engage opportunities. Works extremely well with the Galio too. But it looks like he's going back to that Pantheon.
It's great in lane as well against the Alistar, but it's not quite Callista with the Nico, so thinking about some more
Gragas
straightforward engage.
This is leaving the Galio support opportunity there as well, potentially. Quite rare to see, but so is the Gragas these days in the support position.
Could happen, you know.
As Corki will be, it looks like what BDD wants to lock here in the mid lane to face off against this Ahri. Can be a very volatile matchup, as we mentioned in the previous series. We did see it. BDD confident he can get it done against one of Faker's best and one of the strongest mid lane champions right now in the meta with the build that she has, her synergy with Vi, which is so rarely given over. You know, we saw Viego last series as well. You know, you have a few different champions you can play Ahri with, but the Vi is the simplest one. Will be that Gragas support as expected. Galio being the counterpick for the Rumble. In terms of setup for equalizers, it's pretty tricky here, but when you consider T1 are going to be following up on dive, you can kind of use the equalizer either defensively or on those targets who are trying to dive through it to actually damage them quite heavily. But I do think that T1 have a more meta, simpler to execute, extremely S tier in terms of champions locked in draft, with the exception of the Gragas. I do feel like Galio is one of those rare but extremely strong counterpicks for the Rumble as well.
Yeah, absolutely. I think T1 for sure won this draft. I think KT were doing a little bit of scrambling where they're like, oh, wait, they banned Talia. Oh, they also banned Poppy. They have a amazing dive comp. What are we going to play? And they got the Xin Zhao and the Alistar, which are good choices, and the Ezreal as well. To give them credit, I think there are some picks on the side of KT that can deal with this, but you called it early on. I think it's just a more comprehensive, straightforward draft from T1. It has a identity. You know what it's going to do. It's going to dive that back line. We'll see just how well they can do it as we're getting ready for the first game of the Telecom War right now.
소환사의 협곡에 오신 것을 환영합니다. 미니언 생성까지 30초 남았습니다.
Alrighty, game number one. All eyes on that bottom lane, for sure. Faker is not using his skin, which is not a big surprise. I thought, you know, I gave it like a little, maybe 1-2% chance that maybe he would throw it in there. Just a very special occasion for the 1000th game, but we all know that Faker's not like that. He's had other very special moments and also hasn't used skins, so...
Yeah, I mean, it's in one way, it almost feels like his skin is like his merch, you know? Like, he's not necessarily wearing his own merch, but like, if you want to support him, you can get that, or you could have, and now Faker is just, he is wearing his skin, which is like, I'm so iconic that the normal Ahri skin is associated with me. So, looking forward to seeing how this matchup shakes up. Paddock did go cleanse, which is what you'd expect, but it isn't going to be a great combat spell for him in lane. And he knows that there's so much CC in this composition for T1, and it all layers well with the initial setup for the Vi. Vi is so good into Ezreal and Corki because while they both have mobility, once Vi channels that ultimate, you're going to land on them, you're going to lock them down no matter what.
Yeah. Saw Keria hovering the Nico. Thought maybe he would like to play it into the Alistar, but you know, if you start channeling that Nico ult and Peter's quick on the trigger, you can just headbutt it away. It feels like, you know, there's a lot of potential counterplay for that Nico, and the Gragas with the cask is just going to add a lot of extra chaos into the backlines, into the team fights. You know, potentially knocking away the Alistar, knocking away the Xin Zhao, so they cannot create that space. We know that Carrier can play pretty much anything, so I'm excited to see his Gragas as well.
Yeah, he's just a player who has so many different skill sets as a support. He will play marksman, he will play enchanters, and he will just play the unusual. And sometimes when you see Carrier pick a champ, you're not even 100% sure it's the right angle for it.
Yeah.
He will pull it off, with the exception of that one Ezreal support game that Carrier fans don't bring up too often. But besides that, in recent memory, hasn't really missed the mark.
I remember a Lee Sin game.
Yeah.
Happens. He's played all sorts of stuff. But today it's just good old Graggy. And so far, the lane is going pretty well for them. It does look like T1's bottom lane has the push. Excited to see how Padak deals with all this pressure himself. Coming back into the LCK. It must be very difficult mentally to, bounce back and forth between the leagues. It feels like you're on the cusp of being a main starter all the time, and then you just kind of get knocked down.
Imagine, all the scrims and all the training that you do with the Challenger squad, how much synergy you've built up there, you're trying to continue to build up with so many roster shuffles and changes where Peter's taken away from you. Okay, you're back with him now. And then just jumping in late and to scrims, and BDD is like, we don't do like that here, by the way. What you're doing, like, you need to do this our way, for example. Or Cuz is like, you might get that kind of attention for your jungler and challengers, but like, I play through BDD here, by the way. So don't expect too much help. I'm not saying that type of thing happens, because that's not really how scrims and comps work, but Carrier.
Oh, wow. Very nice headbutt reaction from Peter, by the way. That could have gone pretty dangerous. Carrier had the angle. But at the end of the day, it's just him down a flash, no Hex flash as well. So now you're just kind of a sitting duck on the Gragas. Although he's not a duck.
No, not quite. But I feel like if Carrier were a duck, he would not be an ugly duckling.
That's true. We don't have any duck champions, do we? There isn't any obvious one that I'm missing out. Like, we have bird champions, obviously.
Yeah. We have a pod duck.
That's true. He's playing against Padak.
Maybe that's where sitting duck came to your mind.
Yeah, maybe that's why.
Subconsciously. As Smash is really being put under the magnifying glass here in this laning phase, but Carrier being down flash in this lane. The counter pick Kai'Sa hasn't been able to generate any advantages here, but it's not in lane really where Kai'Sa ends up being the big counter to Ezreal. It's just getting on top of him later on in team fights because of her burst. And her ability to just follow him with killer instinct, even if he tries to get away, can be deadly. So it's been a pretty successful counter pick. Very common counter pick in the LCK.
Mm-hmm. Unfortunately, current LCK has a lot of just passivity early on.
Yeah.
We saw that change a little bit in our first series. I don't think that's quite the norm that we're going to see in the LCK. With a lot of trades on objectives and crazy skirmishes early on.
So, faster swap here for Padak and Peter. See a teleport from Doran, and then he instantly walks up to mid after clearing the wave. So he teleports down, clears, and now can be a relevant factor with his ultimate, actually, in this fight. Potentially, T1 are sticking it.
Yeah, I mean, this is 5v4 if KT want to take the fight. So I don't think we want to take the fight by any means.
Really cool play, though, from T1.
Clear up the Fnatic sign did Smash. Little shout out to his old brother Reckless.
Yeah, he's done that a few times. I'd love to see some Reckless enjoyers.
Oh!
Close.
That was pretty close. Nice charm there from Faker. They're not going to go in on it. I think T1 have a pretty clear call here, which is we're going to get all the grubs. And Doran, he might have to drop some CS, but he's still 10 CS ahead.
Yeah,
so
he
who cares?
only dropped like half of that wave, it looked like, too.
Yeah.
So this ended up being, a tempo play from KT. I don't want to say it backfired, but it was just a really good answer from T1. They put Padak Peter up there, wanted to get grub control, but were unable to do so. And it's overheated.
I mean, he keeps going in very close to Justice Punch range. And, I mean, Doran just has, little MR cloak for now, but he's still able to take good trades just with his base ability against the Rumble with his magic shield and stuff like that. And here comes Faker, thinking about it, reconsidering.
Reconsidering.
Moving back to the mid lane.
Grabbing some mana. speeding up with the Foxfire head over. Well, it's, you know, a quiet game, but there was some macro moves made. T1 currently 3 grubs to 0 though, off of the Doran TP rotation. He wasn't there, but the fact that he could have been really deterred KT from fighting. Only one small lead for BDD, which is, I feel like I've said that every KT game I've watched this entire year. But that's really it. I mean, it's 11 CS his advantage. Otherwise, small advantage generated across the board here for T1. I guess with the exception of the bottom 80 carry.
If you've ever watched Faker's first-person view, he's just zooming all over the map. He's looking at every single lane. He wants to know exactly what's going on. Perhaps dropping some CS because of that. And Corky, one of the better CSers in the game. But yeah, just a pretty natural lead, and all credit over to BDD for creating that. Took some good early trades as well up against Faker.
Yeah, even though it's his 1,000th game, and I did some hard glazing earlier. His early laning phases have not been very impressive thus far this tournament, but has had some amazing team fights and some great back row reads. And this kind of gold lead will matter less and less as the game goes on. For BD, that is to say. As a bit of a supportal combat situation again here.
These supports actually do a bit of damage. Owner is here, but that would be not a good idea. We've seen Koshik attempt that angle where the guy just flashes under the turret and the Vi just dies. In this case, it would be a little bit different because you've got a Kaisa potentially to join, but
if Podok was further out, then there was definitely a potential angle there. But now they're just going to kind of try to zone him off of farm here and grab some plate gold. With an Alistair, there might have been a world where he could have actually stuck it under turret there and said, come at me, but just not going to risk it. But as a result, there's going to be a lot of lost farm here and lost experience as well.
Well, he's just flashed on in and flash. There it is from Kerry. Amazing engage, and they just did not respect that. They had a ward. They saw that Owner was still there, and that T1 were still looking, but no respect shown from Peter. Not able to flash and react on time.
And the irony is that out there, there's no turret to protect you. Didn't stay under the turret to farm, and now Owner over here with ult.
There's no charm, but they might just have enough damage. Yes, they absolutely do. Owner didn't have to use his ult top, so he just comes to mid, takes down BDD.
Now the lead here in the bottom lane has ballooned quite substantially with all that lost farm, with a kill going over to Smash as well. 800 gold up. And here you're away from the farm, right? But you're too far away from the turret, trying to sweep these wards out.
Was he like one ward away from level 6 or something? Because I feel like that would be the only excuse I can give to Peter.
I think that might have been the case. I'm not actually 100% sure, but we'll get a... No, he won't.
No, I don't think so. Oh, Smash is just ganking bot. Casting is 100% dead. Like 1,000% dead, maybe. Really, the question is who's going to get the kill, and it will be Smash eventually here as he gets it. Does drop 3 CS. I think he's fine with that. Meanwhile, KT are going to take the grubs in the top lane, but the gigantic gold lead, at least for this point in the game, 2,000 gold already, does go over to T1.
Yeah, and it's the BDD stripe. It's all you got.
And it's a tiny stripe.
Yeah, it's 135
It's like a speck. It might even be a dot.
It might be a dot.
It's like the beginning of the line, but it's not really.
And it's fading as Faker picks up
30
plate
gold!
Yeah.
That dot is struggling.
Yeah, that dot is pinhead-sized at the moment. As, in this lane matchup here where casting returns, it's hard to actually get kill pressure on a Galio. And as you can see, Doran is just like, okay, if you want to fight me, we'll go.
You're just never going to kill him. And guess who's here?
Yeah, and he just TP'd back in. And now he's pushed out and maybe dead.
Casting has flash. There's no ult here for Owner. But maybe he just runs under turret. But the burst is coming through, and that was incredibly close. Casting, credit to him. He doesn't flash. He keeps his cool. But it's still not a good situation.
And he can't clear the whole wave. Doran will get a plate at least. As over here, Peter looking for something.
Yeah. And Ikaria, every single time Peter tries to go in, he just puts his belly on him, you know. The Faker misses the charm, so nothing going to happen there. Owner did have his ult, but they don't have vision of the brush, so not going to push the issue.
Owner here helping to clear out some of that vision that KT set up, but there's just no real angle in anymore here. There's a nice try by KT to try to potentially find a cross map, but they just don't have the setup for it. These two item spiking champions are not the best at following up on a lone Alistar in the jungle, unfortunately for them. And the lead that T1 have generated already is so huge at 13 minutes. I mean, 2,000 gold lead, if you're talking about it at 25 or 30 minutes in, you're like, well, it still feels like it's a decent chance for KT. It may get bigger and bigger as we move into some of these objective fights. You know, if KT fight over this Chemtech Dragon, for example, and end up losing out, this Kai'Sa is just going to be too big to fail. The Ahri actually not going for Rod of Ages, by the way. Quite rare to see the Malignants.
Yeah, that's a really good point. I think every single Ahri has gone for the Rod of Ages build up until this point. So Faker, he is doing something special. I'm just not sure it's the right thing, as the ult is going to go in on a Padak, and there's the follow-up. It's as easy as that. You press your R, and even Israel can't do anything, as Peter also is going to die. Smash now 3-0, Owner 2-0-2.
And that's the kind of counter to Ezreal moment that I was talking about earlier, where you killer instinct and there's just no getting away. It's not about, like, you know, the Kai'Sa versus Ezreal level 3 in the 2v2. It's about moments like this that Smash creates with some help from his friends. And this should be the turret going over here. They already have Feats of Warfare, so this will be Feats of Strength as it falls. T1 feel like they couldn't be more ahead. And the only thing they're missing is that one dragon. And
the 3 grubs, don't forget.
Oh, true. That's
KT got the consolation 3 grubs as their team was dying. Don't forget that one.
You're right. Sorry, my bad. Out here glazing good. Caught me glazing.
Can't help it.
You didn't get nothing.
Smash goes in first. Owner is here. And that's what I was talking about with, you know, the Corki and the Ezreal, is that Vi doesn't care about your mobility. She just follows you. Faker may...
He's got Flash and one more Spirit Rush, and he also has Charm. He's going to try to hold on to the Flash. It's going to bite him in the butt as Peter does follow Flash, and he just dies. Meanwhile, T1 up in the top lane are just bullying casting once again. They're doing a great job of making the rookie's life really difficult, as this guy is not getting out alive once again. It'll be 0-2. Meanwhile, they're taking the mid turret. You know, I don't think that Faker really did that on purpose, but he's still able to have his team get a lot of wins elsewhere on the map.
It's just it's a Faker trait, right? If Faker dies somewhere, T1 usually gets something on the other side, in most cases, especially when you're 3,000 gold ahead. You know, it's a lot easier to make that thing happen on the other side. And the game state that we have right now, Faker is caught, sure, but Doran gets the whole turret, delays, or rather deletes some minions by delaying the take on the turret as he does so. And they have mid prio because it's Kai'Sa into Ezreal, so they really just have control everywhere. It's a 2,000 gold lead for Smash, and Karia's lurking, and he leaves.
Yeah, he's lurking. I think Cuz spotted him with the scanner, or just with his face. Trying to engage now onto Karia. He does have his flash. He's just going to body slam over the wall instead. And the ever-looming threat of Smash's incredibly fed Kai'Sa. Even in a 3v4 situation, I think T1 would have a decent chance at this point in time.
Really feel, you know, how scared KT are to even chase down that Gragas, because they know that there is going to be a fall.
Well, yeah, they were scared to chase the Gragas, but they're not scared to try to force this Rift Herald.
Faker having TP.
Yeah, I think this is a mistake. The Ezreal is just so incredibly dead. There's just no playing the game for Padak. He showed up to the LCK. He's like, I'm ready to play. And T1 said no. Because Peter's going to die too. BDD is teleporting away from the fight. So he's also losing his teleport to save his life. And yeah, I mean, they got the Rift Herald, I guess. So that's it.
True. Casting's got it. Sends inventory. My favorite part of this is watch Smash, where like he's like, oh, I miscalculated. I thought I could kill him without ult. He's like, oh, I guess ult.
He's like, oh, fine. Yeah.
I mean, at least they do pick up the eye as well, because they're on the cusp of not even being able to get that. So there's, like you said, there's that one consolation prize. They got the consolation grubs, they got the consolation herald. Look at the health of the turrets in mid and top lane, though. Best case scenario, that herald might be used for some tempo on an upcoming dragon, but I just don't see any world where it's going to be threatening an actual turret. And unfortunately, the fact that the top laner holds it means that it's in kind of an awkward spot because he's going to be in sides. Won't be able to drop it mid like you would normally want to without physically going there. So that's just an unfortunate circumstance here that KT find themselves in with that really nice team fight there. But like you were saying, the question really is, before your 2-item spikes on your 2-item spiking champions that you have 2 of with the exact same items, with T1 having a lot of prio there, why force?
Yeah, they did not have any business playing around that Rift Herald, I'll tell you that. Keria down a flash, down a body slam. Faker here to help out as well. I think Keria probably would have gotten out anyway, but, you know, he's a supportive older brother. Gonna land the charm this time. And, I mean, we knew that T1 were favored coming into this one, but man, I said it earlier on, they're really catching KT at a bad time. Like, KT are changing up their roster in many different ways. Peter came in at the beginning, Casting came in halfway, so did Padak now. And T1, they're part of our top 4 at the very worst, but you said it, like, probably top 2. And our top of the LCK is incredibly strong, world-class. Probably one of those teams will win Worlds. They are the favorites right now. We don't know which one it'll be. Maybe it'll be the one that sneaks through the qualifier again, as seems to be the
that's the new trend.
The new trend of the LCK. But one of them probably will. And T1's in that class. KT right now are not. So it is quite one-sided as Ingo's owner. He's got the Galio follow-up. It's not the cleanest together engage, but the taunt is going to land here onto Rumble. Casting just dies again. And the follow-up is there. They're not going to overcommit into the jungle, but they're certainly going to make their presence made after getting that kill. Nice little cast into the wall, going to force Peter into a rough spot. And now with the charm follow-up, nicely done by Faker. That means that is another kill on the board.
Anytime 2021 to 2024, T1 be doing Baron on spawn here. But now it's 2025, it doesn't spawn at 20 minutes anymore, so they won't be doing that. But, you know,
Padak run.
7,000 gold the advantage right now at 20 minutes. Faker has to flash.
Oh, well, it's actually KT who are getting the better of this trade. Nicely done. As Smash goes in, still going to get the kill on a Cuz. Cleanly done from the young 80 carry.
And, you know, we talked about it in Kespa Cup a lot of Smash's hyper-aggressive spotting, blood in the water, these killer instinct moments. I mean, you know, I'm not intentionally trying to say it because he's playing Kaisa, but, like, he has that killer instinct, right? He sees these moments, he sees these angles, and that's something that I think is quite unique to him. And, you know, comparatively to Guma's more safe and incredibly consistent playstyle, he just keeps finding these moments. And, you know, we won't have the replay of him getting that one because we got to go back to live where Padak is dead. But he's the type of player who, you know, that Ezreal play he made in LCK Cup, not in Kespa Cup.
Yeah, when you said Kespa Cup, I'm like, I don't think he played in Kespa.
No, he did not. But that kind of play, we've seen him do so many times. He just is so good at finding these angles and just taking people's heads off. I mean, he's massively fed in this game, so it's not as impressive as some of the stuff we've seen from him, but I just got to shout it out because he finds his EDD is dying a slow and painful death.
I mean, he might get Faker here. Nicely done. Gonna take him down. Faker wanted the kill. He gets punished for it. So he's not too happy about that.
But it's the Faker death into Otacon, you know?
I mean, technically KT are 4v3 here, but they're not on the objective. And certainly now T1 will take the fight 3v4 as they have the Otacon buff. The incredible amount of damage that Owner is doing in the backline. That's before Smash even shows up. Padak doing his best, but his best is certainly not enough. Not at this point in the game. Triple kill for Smash, who is now 9-0. And there's still more game to play.
There certainly is. Smash, he is a very good Kaisa player, and he is showing everyone why.
Oh boy.
And he gets the kill here, that's 10.
I think Keria wanted that kill. I think Smash stole that one away.
It did seem like
a nice play from Keria.
Bit of a steal.
Now,
this is how Padak died earlier. I mean...
You analyze this one, Wolf.
Well, Owner didn't have ult, but he didn't care that it was missing, and he had a lot of friends and does a lot of damage. This year, look at the minimap. Doran is like, Faker is up there fighting people. Otacon, by the way. Look at where the rest of KT is. They're in their base. They're lucky to have Hextech gates to get to Otacon as soon as possible.
Yeah.
Like, I don't even want to analyze this play here, whatever. BDD, good move there, but the big prize that they get is this huge objective on the other side of the map, which gives them then the withdraws that they can then use to push their advantage further. As this Rumble equalizer is what I was talking about, how you could use it kind of defensively, but it's just not enough. T1 are too big to fail, and especially Smash, man. I mean, yeah, I was like, are we really going to do it to him again?
We had the Zekali 15 kill game the other day. Can we get Smash up to that number?
I think it's going to be hard pressed to get 15 at this point, though. The base is about to fall apart. Let's see if he could do it. I mean,
that's really the only thing I'm curious about.
What if he gets a penta and ties Zeka and then the game ends? That'd be cool.
That could happen.
It's unlikely, but I mean, I won't count him out.
It would require KT to fight them. I think that's the last thing they want to do, but they're going to be forced to as this kill does want to Smash. Okay, there you go. There's the one. We'll see how many more he can get as Peter goes into his ult. Keria is tanky enough, just barely, with the Galio. Nice charm here from Faker.
Can we get two?
Comes in from Flash, or from Smash, rather. Oh no, Owner stole one away. But it's all right. The Penta is denied, and Smash will get up to 13. And Peter says, well, do I do I go in, or do I just go to the base? He's going to try his best because he's Peter. It's another kill over to Smash. 14 in his first game back. As 23-3, T1 will absolutely just destroy KT. It was not close, not for a millisecond.
Yeah, not even a little bit. We know Peter's not a KDA Ken. He wanted,
KDA Kenneth?
Yeah, KDA Kenneth. You know, Ken's short for it, of course. But
yeah.
Man, we've had so many series with KT being the underdog against T1 in the telecom war, and they have that surprise moment, some KT magic, like their namesake, the Magic Ends. You know, they had some moments there. This feels like it is not going to be one of those days, Valdez. This feels like this might just be arguably the most one-sided series we see so far in a week and a half of LCK 2025. You can see the T1's leaving the booth pretty early. I don't think the coaching staff has too much to add. Whereas Score here, he's seen his own share of telecom wars on KT roster. He's got a lot of thoughts here.
Yeah.
BDD was the only one with a gold lead. It went away fast. It's the only one who's able to do damage on this Corki. But I think the real issue here was committing to that Herald fight before those two items were online. I think they obviously were at a deficit. The game was looking rough, and we can forgive KT for a lot of things, but that one, I think, was the big issue they're probably looking at on the screen right now.
Absolutely. That was not doable at that point in time. Smash started out 3-0. He got super fed early on in the game before that even happened, that Herald fight, Wolf. So incredibly fed Kaisa became super fed Kaisa at the end. 14 kills for Smash, and that's the end of game one. We're going to take a break and have the space to break it down. We'll be right back.
업그레이드까지. 꼬리기! 야, 길이. 나왔고. 되나, 이거? 대박. 천천히 와. 너무 빨리면 안 돼. 나 죽었어, 내가 빼고. 야타가. 한 바퀴, 이거. 살았다. 이제. 야 꺼져 이제 꺼져. 꺼졌어. 아 미드라인.
끝내자.
끝날만 돼 이거? 끝날만 하겠네. 빨리 풀 있어?
네, 스펠 다 있겠다. 현준이 형, 대장경이 맞지?
대장경이 그렇지.
야, 잠깐.
잘 가.
까비 나이스.
everyone, and welcome back to the space for the Telecom War. It is T1 taking game number 1 in dominant fashion over KT. Digon here alongside Oxen Chronicler to break down this much discussed change for both squads.
Break down what exactly? Because we didn't really get a game.
Well, we had substitutes.
Yeah,
in game.
no, I know there was a lot of talk. There was a lot of hype.
Yeah.
This game was.
Hype's actually playing for a different team.
Yeah. Not now, Dan. We're still recovering. Yeah. Okay, go ahead, Ox. You take it. You poke him.
I think unfortunately, you know, Pada came in, but it's a bit of an uphill battle because KT have been struggling compared to T1, who, you know, even though they did end up losing to Genji last week, took them really close. So, and I think we can go to the draft and talk a bit about this because I think this draft kind of just really plays itself in an extent for T1, but just works so well together. There's so much dive potential, so many threats. You have setup for the Galio, you have the Gragas engaged, the Vi Ahri, which is a great combo, and Kai'Sa for the follow-up. I think it's a really hard comp to play against, and if KT were going to win this, they needed to spike hard on those mid-game 2-item spikes and not really give any windows for T1 to take over the game.
There are 3 players you cannot give Vi to, and those are Peanut, Lucid, and first and foremost, Owner. I think Lucid, in my opinion, individually, mechanically has been the most impressive Vi, but T1 as a team, no other team plays as well around Vi as they do. It's uncanny, honestly, and the fact that you not only leave open Vi, which you know they're gonna immediately pick, instead of banning Zaire, which Faker has so many other champions he was gonna be able to play well, right? Then you pick Ezreal, and Smash's whole thing is, oh yeah, I'll pick Kai'Sa, and then you have just that 1-2 alone, I think, put T1 in such an impactful position. Then the rest of the draft is obviously slam dunk as well, but really just in those first 4 picks, I was already like, good luck, KT. I know how you're going to play this game.
Thing is, I really think that we often see teams have like a strong early draft and sometimes fumble a little bit in the latter end, but the Galio came in as an answer to the Rumble, which is fantastic. Honestly, a little surprised. Maybe they didn't ban that. Maybe they didn't expect Darn to bring it out. But then also, KT picked Alistar on 4, clearly wanted to prioritize that. The Gragas is a great matchup into the Alistar, and the fact that they're able to bring this out, you know, this is a sort of pick where when a lot of engaged supports are banned, you think, oh, Alistar exists, but this is just a phenomenal angle for it, even early on in the draft, in the series, sorry.
Yeah, I love that. Again, T1 showing off the power of Fearless Draft. This is one of the teams that we expect to be able to thrive in using multiple different champions, and one of the discussion points about the change that they made over in the bot side of the map. As we take a look at some of the highlights here, here's the first blood on the top side of the map. Smash picks it up, but it was a big setup by everyone.
It's Keria that sets this one up, really clean combo, but it's Owner that's the big difference maker, because that man, again, on Vi, is just running around the map. Doesn't have to use his ult towards top because Keria sets it up. Then literally just walks mid, gets the kill there. Now 2 of your lanes are ahead. And if that wasn't enough, I think this third gank was both what set up Smash to truly be unstoppable for the rest of this game and put KT in a position where they're never going to be able to play the game anymore.
Yeah, beautifully played there as well. The last Vault Breaker to knock the Alistar back a bit so they could get him even through ult. And that's not what we've done. Still more plays coming through. And I feel like ultimately this is that kind of global taunt from Faker where they target him and then the team turn it around.
Because they're able to take him down, which is nice. Cleanly executed there, gets a kill. But then while that was happening on the top side of the map, we have Owner yet again murdering a KT member. I think it was casting. Unfortunately, did not have the best time here.
KT have now made changes to 3 different positions, right? With the AD carry role being swapped on out, support obviously being changed from LCK Cup. Top side of the map no longer perfect, now casting. What do we take away here on KT side of things?
So I got a little bit of Hopium.
A little bit of Hopium, everyone.
That game was a beatdown.
As a Bro fan, I love Hopium.
Yeah, I know. Well, you're on Copium, man. I don't...
you don't have that for me?
No.
Okay.
No.
I'll take the lighter stuff. What you got?
Yeah. So, hear me out. I know that game was a beatdown. I know that was really rough. But if we look back in history, okay, if we take the context in which these 2 teams have faced off, it's not a lot of 2-0s. You know, a lot of these, KT, at the very least, somehow takes a game. Do I think that's going to happen after that game 1? Most likely, no. But we can dream, we can believe, and maybe the power of the Telecom War plus low expectations for KT can make this happen.
I think ultimately T1 got like a slam dunk draft, right? Owner had a phenomenal impact early. I think that did look very rough, but I don't think that's going to be completely indicative. Now we have a situation where KT has side selection as well, so... And at the end of the day, regardless of how this series goes, you know, they're trying to figure out what works for them. T1 is a hard opponent. I think the paddock change was the right change, and even if it needs more time for us to be able to see how that impacts the team.
Yeah, that's tough, right? I think when you're KT, you're like, didn't get to learn a lot too much in that one because of how draft went. Maybe they'll be able to bounce back here in game number 2. Let's see what we have in store with that man on your screen looking to pick up a penta maybe in this game, and maybe a little bounce back here for KT. Let's find out as Valdez and Wolf are on the call.
Thank you, Spacers, for that awesome breakdown. And we'll see if that does happen this time around. Certainly was a slam dunk. I was specifically, as always, get help from your friends. I was specifically a bit peeved by the Rakan ban. I definitely wanted to see Galio there. Nice that Ox did touch on that a little bit, but that was only one small piece of the puzzle in the draft. At the end of the day, though, you know, I said this before, KT's changing a lot of stuff. They got a slam dunk draft, yes, but I think that T1 also are the heavy favorites, even if they don't get a slam dunk draft.
Yeah. You know, Kronka brought up the stats of how many of these have gone to 3. Interestingly, they didn't mention any of the 2022 or 2023 telecom wars. But
yeah, a very specific cutoff.
But recently, yes, with that one exception of the 2-0 that happened in round 2 of spring. But this just looks like a KT roster that's almost in a scrim versus T1 bringing in a huge heavy hitter and Smash, and the whole team playing around Owner's Vi, as was really well explained there by our analysts, is just the kind of thing that will hit you like 9 trucks, Valdez.
Well said, well said.
But moving into this one, KT rolls to have blue side. So we'll see what they opt to ban this time around. The Varus does go over. No Sejuani here for Owner. See if the Gwen gets banned here by T1. It's like Owner shook his head no, but...
It was a very slow shake. I don't know if it was actually a no.
Yeah, no, he wasn't responding to me. He was answering something else, and the Gwen does in fact get banned.
Yeah.
Which makes a lot of sense. Obviously with the Rumble being Fearless banned as one of the only real answers to the Gwen. Could have maybe potentially played Jace, but...
Yeah, they could have waited, you know, see if the Jace ban comes out and then ban Gwen third, but you're kind of leaving yourself open if you don't ban the right thing after that. The Jace will get banned, so we're digging a little bit deeper into our top lane duels.
T1 think Nefiri is an issue? No. They'd rather stop BDD. Interesting that both mid laners who are so known for their Azir had banned against them.
Talia, though, left up this game.
Yeah.
Obviously, you know, T1 can also draft to not go full dive. And if, you know, BDD does get Talia, won't be in the end of the world at that time. But he's still a great Talia player.
Pretty bold to just first pick Ashe here. I mean, it says a lot about KT's faith in this new player coming to their roster in his second game of the year for it. He played for them during Kespa Cup, but here in the LCK, it's his first time this year, and hasn't been a ton of synergy built up just yet to just lock that one in against the powerhouse, who is a pretty known quantity, I'd say, at this point with Smash. Doran will get his hands on the Ambessa. We might see a jungle pick to come through here for Owner, unless they want to try to get the bottom duo locked up right now, which it looks like is going to be the case, as Smash hovering between the Jhin, which we did see Guma have success on against Genji, and the Misfortune, which is one of the most lane-dominant champions right now and has a lot of combo potential. Alistar is Fearless banned, and Rel is available.
So do you play Ashe Rel, or do you just say, okay, Keria, you get to play Rel this game, and we'll have an answer for it after the next set of bans?
Renekton counter pick here again for casting. It's a pick I've watched him play in the past. I think he's got a good mastery of the champion. It is a matchup into Doran after all, where, you know, if Doran makes a mistake, you know, you might be able to even get further ahead there. But putting their faith in both casting and Paddock with this draft early on, as BDD will get his hands on the Talia that has been untouched otherwise in this draft, knowing that Rel is likely to come through, and they don't have an Alistair, as I don't think it's real. Yeah, no, it's not real.
Because it's like, oh, man. Not Fiddlesticks? Thought I was Canyon there for a second.
So I imagine that the Rel will get locked in here because it's just so obvious, but if Faker wants a pick that he feels is going to be banned, a counter pick to the Taliyah, he might grab it, but I just don't really, nothing really stands out. I did not expect Blitzcrank, however. Nor did I expect the Victor priority to be this high, although Faker does have a ton of games of Victor played across his career, and it has been targeted against him a lot. Might just be that Faker is playing this a ton in scrims. It's a very safe pick, but the Rel just felt so obvious.
Yeah, I mean, in terms of circles, wombo combo setup, it is great.
Now, the other thing is you have to consider, as I'm sure you were kind of alluding to there, it's great for the fights, but Ashe has so many champs that can push hard and control the lane with that Rel isn't going to feel good into, like Braum, which they ban. So perhaps just trying to get counterpick for Keria so they can get out of the lane is better. Or maybe he just still ends up getting Rel later on, and it doesn't necessarily matter. But I think that KT will likely ban it. They take away the Poppy first, which is a decent pick in terms of controlling objectives. Not necessarily one that's strong into Ashe, but just as strong in general.
Yeah. You can also, I mean, we saw Keria has a lot in his pool. He doesn't have to play Rel. There are a lot of other champions. He can play Nautilus. There's so much setup, and you can't ban away all of Keria's champion pool. In fact, they're going to ban the Rel. They say we had no intention of playing the Rel. Stop mentioning her.
It almost just feels like an insult. Were you guys considering picking this away? I had no intention of setting up combos for my MF for Smash. That was never the plan.
Yeah.
And they were like, now they're probably like, damn, we were going to ban Rel. Okay, well...
You know what's really good into Rel is Taliyah and Ashe, potentially.
I mean, I do like this Nidalee ban, considering the prio that can be set up here in lanes.
That would be support Camille.
Support Camille, indeed.
Or jungle, but that's not really a thing.
I think Pantheon ends up being a little bit safer in this situation, and he hovered it a lot last game, didn't opt into it, and instead they're just going to give Owner Nocturne with no Orianna. Pretty Owner thing to do. He loves to play this champ. He was playing it before anybody else. He was playing it when it wasn't meta. And it's great for controlling team fights. And when you turn the lights off, it becomes really difficult to get on backline targets, as the Renekton, for example, to set up the chain CC potentially that BDD is looking to do with this Taliyah. So a lot of disruption. And we'll see our second Viego of the day here. Has a strong synergy with Taliyah. Final pick here, just going to be a Leona?
The Cuzlassic.
Yeah, a Cuzlassic for sure.
Yeah.
A classic with two Z's.
Yeah. Oh, not the Elise, please.
Not
the blind Elise.
This is really greedy.
Not today.
Really risky. What's Keria cooking? Is he cooking at all? Is he just going to play Bard or Nautilus? Or Rakan into Leona? Man, Keria is actually just feeling himself today, isn't he?
Yeah.
He really is just...
I don't mind the Pantheon either.
I think the Bard feels the best for this comp next to the Pantheon. Like, the Pantheon is so basic, it's so obvious, it's so easy. It sets everything up for you.
Yeah.
But this comp from T1, regardless of what he picks, he's going to play Rakan into Leona.
Sure.
Into Leona Ashe. I feel like the comp for KT Rolster is a strong meta comp, you know? And they even got the Leona into the Rakan. It's BDD's Taliyah. It's a tried and true. We got the Renekton counter pick for the Ambessa. It almost feels like KT got a red side comp where they have all the answers. On T1, you have kind of this mishmash of champs that doesn't necessarily synergize perfectly, but you have backline access with the Ambessa, with the Nocturne, and you have tons of damage with this Victor that's going to scale up later on. You don't have the greatest setup necessarily for the Misfortune ult, but you know, she can be quite lane dominant anyways and take over the game. So there are tools here for T1, but if I took nameplates off, I'd definitely vote KT here in terms of draft, but with the performance we saw from them in game one, I'm not ready to say that draft advantages alone are going to be enough to bring this to 3.
Adding in the the 14-0 and 5 scoreline that we saw from Smash in Game 1, congratulating him on his debut, which is funny because we've seen a lot of Smash already, but that wasn't a debut in the LCK, which this one technically is. We'll see how his MF looks up against the Ashe and the Leona. At least the Leona will be very good into the MF ult, but certainly a lot of threats for that Ashe. The Rakan, the Nocturne, and the Mbessa all teaming up with some long-range ultimates to follow up. It's going to be big. Let's jump into game number 2.
소환사의 협곡에 오신 것을 환영합니다. 미니언 생성까지
All right,
30초
game number 1. Not sure what happened to the mini-map. Yeah, okay, there you go. Yep. Press the mini-map button.
That was
Nicely
the mini-map toggle. He clicked it, and it came back.
Good job, Mr. Strong.
There you go. You said game number 1, by the way, which, to be fair, yeah, to be fair,
that's weird.
It feels like it is the beginning of the series, right? After what happened in game 1 wasn't real and wasn't a game, as the spacers put it.
Maybe I was thinking about game 1 because I saw the Smash scoreline.
Yeah,
it's possible.
I think all KT fans are trying not to think about game 1 right now.
Yeah.
Trying to think about game 2, trying to think about this pretty well-crafted draft that has a lot of single target CC, and blow-up potential. If Leona hits a Solar Flare, Zenith Blade, there's a Talia flip back, and then that target dies, and then Viego takes over. You could front-to-back team fights that way through the extra damage that Viego's going to put off as you kind of chain your way through. He feels like a comp has a great identity as Peter goes in, level 1.
Yeah. Gonna get the heal out of Keria already. Peter does take a bunch of damage, but that's fine, just level 1. Smash was trying to aggressively trade, as was Keria, into their opponents. And now it just feels like KT have the push on this wave. So probably going to hit level 2 here first.
Big follow-up potential with this Rakan and team fights to the setup with the Mbessa and the Nocturne. It's very difficult to outplay a flanking Rakan when you can't see. So let's see what Keria can get done later on. Obviously in the lane here, level 2 disadvantage, and playing into the Leona, which is a pretty common counter to the Rakan. And have some challenges to face to overcome in the laning phase. And this means the pick of the Rakan kind of hurts some of the early laning power of the MF that you would normally otherwise want in a lot of matchups. Ashe is also just very strong in lane and very annoying to deal with all sorts of different supports. As this counter pick of the Renekton is showcasing some of its power in the top lane as well. Like I said in the draft, it feels like KT got a lot of answers in this composition, even though they're on blue side. Keria is giggling. Smash is like, hold on, like, can you just let me kill these minions before you do anything crazy? Keria's laughing.
Yeah, the thing about the Rakan is that he has this ability, Gleaming Quill, where if you just hit it, you're just full health, it feels like, right? Great peel potential if Peter is the one that starts off the fight, which we do see there. As now, making it rain on top of this bottom lane. Keria does take a bunch of damage, but Smash very healthy. And already, it feels like Smash and Keria are getting ahead on this 2v2.
I mean, okay, hold up.
Oh, the flash on in, but Peter in a bit of trouble. He will go down. Pretty straightforward. There goes Podak as well. Those throw in the barrier, but it's not quite enough. And that is a couple of kills going the way of T1.
And I was going to mention it right before that second exchange. I was like, maybe they really feel like with a barrier advantage over Cleanse, they have enough. Once Ashe starts to stack up the Q and do some serious damage, but they simply did not, Valdez. And the health advantage, because of the Gleaming Quill before the first exchange, was why, as you were literally explaining, why it's so hard to actually do anything after that, because you're just at a health deficit, because you don't have the same sustain. You don't have a heal in your lane. Keria used his to help keep them healthy.
Yeah.
As over here, maybe a solo kill? No.
Doran's going in. He's got Keria nearby. And Keria here on the swap. Thinking about going in. There he goes, but Smash a little bit behind. So just going to heal up a little bit of the minion damage.
Yeah, Casting has TP, but Podak is still in the bottom lane. Not entirely sure how they're going to play this now. He needs to clear this wave as fast as possible if they're going to swap the Renekton back. But there's some extra time now where Casting is healing up, grabs a longsword, and just head eventually to the bottom lane. Was heading mid for a moment. Looks like some indecision potentially on the call as to where he's going to go. As going back to this, like, they're at full health. So trying to aggressively go in here is quite challenging to win a trade on.
Yeah, that's the first mistake.
And then after that, like, Poddick does a lot of damage to Keria, but again, it's not enough to actually have kill pressure. Keria steps back, and he has barrier, but that's not enough to win you this fight. That's just a small shield.
Here's mistake number 2.
By the way, Faker in live in trouble.
Wait for it.
Yeah,
mistake number 2.
I mean, he has just no health, and Poddick can't get it done with barrier alone. That was the thought process, but it just wasn't correct.
There's not a lot said between the two.
No, I mean,
it's pretty straightforward, I think, for Smash and Keria.
I think Keria just walked into today's series being like, it's going to be the freest 2v2 of my life, you know? Like, I mean, just based on some of the decisions he's made this series, the constant laughs, you know, when, like, for example, they didn't ban the Galio, and then he just played Gragas, and
it's like happy gaming the way it was meant to be played.
Yes.
You know, outside, you're not actually inting while happy gaming. You're just winning while happy gaming. You're laughing a bunch. You're having a great time. You know, you're the much favored duo and team.
I mean, it's just
you're happy.
It's also, as much as, you know, I feel like obviously KT Rolster as a team, outside of that Rogue 2023 year, which I still think about constantly, has not really been close to T1. There's still a rivalry to be had here, right? I think Keria is enjoying the absolute bopping he's getting over KT this time. Remember, there was that home ground match that did not go as well for T1 as they were hoping for it to. You know, that's like the T1 event. And so now he gets to have a little bit of revenge over KT Rolster, as KT are just 4-manning topside here and taking away all of these plates. Like, this is quite a bizarre move here. It's very expensive. Let's see if they can turn it into something more, because I think plates alone isn't going to be worth.
I mean, they really want to take down Doran before anything happens. Doran is going to have to flash if he wants to get away. He's still not going to get away, though. That's already a kill going the way of KT. And now T1 trying to force this fight. Maybe a little bit of happy gaming does come in after I mention it. KT, nice setup here. All 5 members in the top lane. And they do punish T1 for trying to make something of it.
Cuz looking for more.
Well,
gotta heal. And, I mean, they could potentially redive this, but those are 3 half-health ranged minions, so. Smash is also trying to race against this turret down here. Bottom side was doing a lot of damage and picked up a lot of plate gold solo. So you can see he's actually 850 gold ahead, even though, you know, KT are really putting the pressure on here. A lot of split experience, obviously, and the plates being split amongst so many members means it's not necessarily valuable gold. That's why I said they really need to get something more, and they do end up grabbing Doran here, and T1 commit to the fight, which ends up backfiring in a big way. Like, Owner goes into the back line, but alone doesn't quite have the damage. Faker can't join him, so he doesn't have enough damage to kill the Renekton, and he has to just kind of walk away. So, sad moment there. I like the style at which KT were like, okay, we have to force something here. They heavily commit, and then they double and triple down on it, because if they don't get anything more than just those plates, I really feel like Smash is like, well, thank you very much. He still is individually, but at least they were able to turn that into something more topside, because as you can see here, he's 10 CS up, got all that plate gold, all of that XP. He's like half a level ahead of Poddick right now.
Yeah, and I mean, it's not hyper carry territory with the MF, champion-wise, but you're still happy to give a lot of farm over to Smash. He's casting now in a bit of trouble here. He's going to get charmed and knocked up. Smash does not have his ult. He used it on the wave. Will they regret that decision? No is the answer. Very nicely juggled there. Everybody takes a bunch of damage, but it's still a kill, and it's handed over, importantly, to the one guy we want to give gold, who is Smash.
Yeah, he's the one who was able to pick up the last hit there on poor old casting. And down he goes. As over here, this top turret's a race for first brick. I think KT got it, and they will. So it's another feat of strength. Well, the first, of course, for them, as Beats of Warfare did go to T1. So still a race there. And, okay. Wow.
Nice little combo. I mean, Tilly at this point doesn't have too much damage. Faker has even less with his mana crystal. Oh, Carrion might be in a bit of trouble here. He is recon though with
casting,
flash,
no flash either to follow up on that, unfortunately.
Thought it would last longer, but
I was thinking about the Crystal Arrow though when Faker was caught there in mid. It would have been a pretty nice angle actually. Had Product had the wherewithal, maybe he could have tried to catch Faker there and turn that into a BDD play in the mid lane. Perhaps BDD was calling for it, and then he was like, well, I'll use it somewhere else. And didn't quite work out, but yeah, I think that might have been the better choice. But again, never a guarantee.
Smash already has BT, so he's just going to go mid. 10 minutes into the game.
BT on Misfortune means that even when you get hit by a volley, you still got a shield and can assert your dominance in the mid lane.
Okay, well,
here we go. This is an angle.
Yeah, they're trying to force here on an Owner who is just going to try to flash away, but it's very difficult to get away from this comp. The follow-up is huge, and KT prove it once again as BDD got over and picks up the kill. So should be a bunch of grubs once again going over to KT.
Yeah, Faker is in the bottom lane, had teleport, but really tough to react to a play like that. And in Owner's defense, he has Spell Shield. So in his mind, he feels pretty safe in this scenario, but unfortunately, that's only going to shield 1 CC, 1 spell. And the follow-up was there from KT, multiple forms of CC to lock him down and take him out. So another great proactive play here from KT. Down on gold, but have found some big successes, some big wins here. BDD, once again, 600 gold up, but this time he's got a friend in Cuz, which is the only other player who's usually had a little bit of a gold lead when we look at some of these KT games this year. But very good in terms of what it means for KT. 6 grubs for a side laning Renekton, potentially, and anyone who gets their hands on a turret. I mean, the whole team will take that mid turret out very fast when they get control later on, if they get control later on. The second dragon would give a 2 Drake lead to T1 if they take it. They are getting grouped up right now. Owner does not have his paranoia nor his flash. Oh, T1 kind of have pseudo control, but aren't necessarily looking to grab this just yet. And KT is going to wrestle some of that prio away.
And they're going to ult in on a Paddock as Smash just has to use his cleanse. Might have to flash out of this one with BDD making his way over. And there it is, allows Carrier to follow up. As they were really trying to play around Smash's priority, but as a team, KT, it feels like, are more well-rounded and they have more members there. Owner is just going to start up the Drake, though?
Yeah.
And KT are not going to even look at it.
Yeah, KT, they got a small win there, but Faker's still just chilling in the bottom lane, and they weren't able to collapse on or take out that dragon, as you say. Be happy getting both of Smash's summoners on this immobile Misfortune, but I think wanted a bigger prize, as this is going to be another Ocean Soul. But T1 with the 2 Drake lead feeling very happy with how that exchange went, assuming there's no punish on the Smash again. And, it's a bit of a slower game here, but because a little trickery. Yeah. Bit of a slower game here, but it's going to come down to, the game is not won or lost here with these comps, and with the lead that T1 has, it's as small as it is. It's going to come down to some of these later team fights. And I do think that KT's best way to win this game is making plays like what they've done so far, where they just lock down a single target and pile on them, and then Cuz does some of the heavy lifting while, the Ashe just continues to layer the damage in. Same with BDD.
Yeah. I mean, that should be the way they play out this composition, and I think they've done a great job of putting themselves into a spot where they can actually play against T1. Game 1 wasn't real, as we've mentioned many times. That draft gap was gigantic, and the play gap was also huge. The decision-making from KT wasn't great. They've calmed down a bit here. They're only taking fights that they know they can win. They haven't gone for any unnecessary objectives just yet, and we'll see what happens with that Rift Herald to spawn. But still, I think KT, even, if they get a pick before the Rift Herald, then you've got an angle to actually go for those objectives. So I don't mind their spot right now. So far, we haven't seen a lot of value from, individual parts of T1's comp. We haven't seen the Nocturne get much done here. Owner just getting killed the one time, just kind of farming.
I mean, it's like what I said in draft. Frankly, this draft doesn't have a ton of known synergy. Like, this is not a comp unlike KT's, that's super basic in what it does. Like it doesn't have. It's not a bad
You're gonna
draft.
say super based.
It is. I mean, honestly, picking Rakan into Leona, that was pretty based for the area. It was pretty based. And laughing while you do it, and then laughing when the Leona goes in and you win the 2v2 anyways.
Yeah.
Pretty based. But yeah, otherwise, in terms of how this comp works in 5v5 fights, it's very tricky, and it's also not simple because while there's a lot of power in each individual part, they all have to work together well. Whereas for KT, hit CC again, champion die, vehicle transform. That's it. I mean,
Thanks
that's
for
as simple
spelling
as
it out for me, Wolf. You know, I wasn't 100% sure.
No, I mean, I knew you knew, and I know T1 knows. But I think I might have to do a little bit more, a longer caveman speech for the T1 comp. Maybe Chronicle have that one prepared on the space with some non-conjugated verbs. It's a bit of a lull state here. 2,000 gold, though, generated by T1. Faker spent so much time in sides, even though it was significantly further behind earlier on. Now that deficit's only 150 here between him and BDD. Has a 10 CS advantage. And again, we're just waiting for team fights. And for T1, you have to be very careful about how you approach something like this Herald fight without vision. There's a control ward in the pit. They have scuttle control. And if you just walk in one by one, then the explanation I just gave will happen in real time.
Yeah.
And I think T1 just know this is not a winnable fight without Prio, without vision. They just let it go. I think a wise choice.
Yeah. No real reason to force it. I mean, they know they're not ahead enough to get in there without vision advantage, without vision control at all, really. I mean, they had some wards around, and now they're getting control as their team moves in to clear out vision. But yeah, at that time, they weren't exactly set up. They have the first couple of Drakes. Unfortunately, they did roll the Ocean Soul, which isn't the best, especially for their comp, which doesn't have a lot of tankiness, not a lot of high health bars even. So,
I mean, it's okay for Ambessa, you know?
It's not bad, but definitely would have loved to double roll Hextech. That would have been nice.
BDD does not have the Andres, but he still hurts good old Doran. And the game slows down once more as T1 weren't going to opt into a bad fight. BDD can't kill Doran. It's a bit quiet, but T1 have Prio. They have 3 wards to the left of the Dragon Pit, 1 in the Tri-Brush beneath, and then 2 on the entry points for Cuz to potentially get in, try to look for a steal. He's got Flash and Heartbreaker. So kind of covering all their angles, as that's an unfortunate miss for Peter.
Yeah, Cuz is right there. He's decently fed. 1,000 gold ahead of Owner right now.
Both top laners have teleport.
Peter's gonna go in. Owner just gonna flash away.
Yeah, scared of that follow-up from BDD.
Yeah. Little arrow into Faker, but he doesn't seem to care. He's got that big stun field right in the choke. KT do have control of the mid lane, and they have the Rift Herald, so T1 have to move over and stop this push.
That might be enough to secure them Dragon. They want to heavily commit to something after this Herald crash instead. T1 playing so respectfully, backing up though. Faker may get caught.
He's just stuck here in the bush. He's gonna have to flash, and not even the disengage cone is gonna help him as BDD sits him down.
What a shove. Absolutely insane predict from BDD.
Yeah.
Or just a complete coincidence, but I'm going to say insane predict.
It was planned. And now, TP coming in. T1 want to fight this. They want to fight on their terms. They're going to press their buttons in the aggressive direction, this time for the first time in this game. And now they do shut down BDD. We did have Flash. That ult was not great from Smash. Is now going to get into that backline. The follow-up is there. Smash in a lot of trouble. And they are able to get the shutdown onto the AD carry of T1. That's a double kill as well. And KT beginning to gain some momentum in this game.
Doran here playing with fire. Don't know if he really wants to go in there as Carry is trying to... I don't know what that was. I don't know what he was doing over there, but I don't know if it would have gone well for him. Maybe just trying to escape there. It looked like he was trying to do something with casting, but I think he was just trying to speed his way out of there. And going back to this moment here, Faker hyper-aggressive on this flank. I mean, extremely greedy, and the follow-up from BDD is instant. He places the shove behind Faker so that Faker cannot actually get out. And then this moment here for T1, I think I can get behind. You know, you have a single target you want to get. Look at the angle for Doran as well. It's a great follow-up. Unfortunately, though, after all their tools are used, and there's still a real threat in this Ashe and a ton of frontline, plus a big fed Viego. Even Carrier's heroic attempt to try to stop them and peel is not going to be enough. And remember, the Misfortune ultimate as well from Smash, not great there. And once gone, is just a Misfortune without ult. And I mean, it was a cool idea to try to look for that play, and I think they had the right tools, and like Thorn was clearly prepared for the angle, but I think just misassessing like the ways in which KT win that fight with an Ashe that just can't be accessed, you know? So now it's an even game in terms of gold, and KT are on the board with a Dragon. Yeah. And we still know what their comp does.
It's really straightforward for them. You know, we do like the straightforwardness in the compositions. Not as straightforward, I guess, as T1's Game 1 comp, but still
pretty close, though.
I mean, you did a caveman style, right? And that's all you needed to explain what this comp does. Meanwhile, on the side of T1, yeah, Smash got really fed, but he's MF. He's not a hyper carry. He is going to do a lot of damage, but he's not necessarily going to take over the game in the way like a Kai'Sa or a Zeri or even an Ezreal would. I think you really need Faker to be dealing a lot of magic damage in some of these fights. But right now, he's 0-2. He's behind on gold to PDD again. And he's not quite... He got caught out in the last fight as well.
Yeah.
So Smash isn't going to be able to do it alone on MF. If he was playing Zeri, sure, but he needs Faker to also do damage.
I feel like this is not a Smash-type champion because, you know, you and I were joking about it in the break as Teddy played Misfortune. Misfortune is kind of like your team does all the work and you press the button.
Yeah.
It's not a skill expression champion. It wasn't designed to be one. We've talked about this a lot, whereas Smash is kind of the skill expression player. From what we've seen from him so far. I mean, go back and watch that Kai'Sa game if you don't believe me. But yeah, again, him having all the gold means his team needs to hold KT in place for him to swing. So it would be nice if they had like a Rel in this comp. They did ban it. I think KT would have banned it if they left it open. But
yeah, I mean,
it still feels like, you know, when you look at this comp, there's just not a whole lot of setup for the Misfortune. It's great into dive, you know, when you're like able to cone all the champions are running at you if the Misfortune isn't caught, but this isn't necessarily dive from KT. It's just single target up with an arrow, you know, with a flip back from BDD. So, you know, Misfortune isn't going to be channeling towards, you know, saving anybody. Maybe like a Viego that's running down to get that kill, but it's very tricky to pilot, and I think, you know, we said take the nameplates off, or I said, I don't want to put words in your mouth, but I said, like, take nameplates off. I think KT had the better draft.
No, I do agree.
I think T1 is feeling some of that right now.
I think you have to. You know, the Nocturne hasn't really achieved what you wanted it to achieve. You know, I think what they did on that Dragon, where they pressed all their buttons into BDD, that was like the best fight that T1 have had. And that was good, but the follow-up was honestly not. I mean, they couldn't really run away or anything, but they thought they could take the fight, and they got bullied by casting instead. They need to do more of that, but the farther they fall behind, the further and further they fall behind, the less of those fights we're going to see from T1.
Yeah. And it's still T1, an incredible team that has looked way better than KT throughout this year and brought Gen.G to the brink in that best-of-3 banger that we had on Sunday. So if there's a team that can get it done, the compositional deficit with the creative draft, I guess you could say here. Like
that's one way to put it.
Yeah. It could be them, but Keria will have to dash away.
We saw Smash Cleanse. Not sure exactly why, but the disengage cone is going to help them out. I don't think he was slowed up by anything, but they did both dodge the arrow, so no big issue there.
BDD tried to go for another shove angle there, but found himself also flying with the blast cone. And now KT full prio on this Dragon. Doran has an off angle here. There is a teleport flank ward potentially for him to take as well if you wanted to do a deep flank. It's actually, in fact, going to be Faker who goes that route, though. Don't know about that.
Well, they're going to turn off the lights to get into that back line, and one stun on the smash is enough. He's totally zoned by a Renekton, and he has to flash away, but look at the damage right now from the Nocturne. At least they get the Ashe, as now Smash tries to get in, but he just dies, as he was isolated the entire fight. They don't have an 80 carry. Cuz is going to get blown up by Faker, and they still have this Mbessa as well. T1 trying to fight this one out. It's a very close one. Faker's still full health against 3 low health bars, but he doesn't have a front line anymore. Trying to pull a Chovy here. We'll see if he can do it.
The same thing.
But
you saw Chovy do it with no health, but
yeah,
Baker's
just run away.
Yeah, he's not going to have the same opportunity this time around. And man, I mean, the flanking Victor isn't always the scariest of flank champions.
They didn't see him at least.
Also, watch in this fight, interestingly, because they couldn't see him. The lights are turned out. Smash here is on the wrong side of this fight. You pointed it out. He gets stunned, flashes over the wall. Now there's no stun, so he's like, okay, I can channel. I get something done here. But Cuz is, you know, he doesn't care. Like he's like in stasis. He's not going to take any damage there. So your 80 carry did basically nothing. Kept casting at bay, but Faker isn't able to, without really any front line here, really carry the last parts of this fight. And Victor's not a champion that can do much on a flank in terms of engage. Could have like closed the door there and collapsed on them if KT were kind of messing up in terms of positioning, but you know, at least he Smash channeled his ult. He was able to identify, okay, the stun from the Renekton is down. I have an angle here to just full channel until he physically kills me. But it just wasn't onto any targets, as Cuz was the only one who was arguably going to be hit, but wasn't hit, obviously not really. So that was just a really good play from Casting, who's at 4-0 or 4-1-2, excuse me, on this Renekton. Looking really good in this game compared to the last.
Yeah. He got very much bullied the last game. That wasn't a very fair one for him. But yeah, the MF doesn't do anything if he doesn't have if she doesn't have protection, if she's on the wrong side of the fight. And it was a very wonky engage because of all the flanking, and Smash kind of got left out to dry as both Faker and Doran were flanking. The one thing I will say is it was nice to see that T1 actually do have other threats outside of Faker as well. You know, I feel like Doran and Ona really pulled their weight in that fight.
Absolutely.
And were able to do a nice chunk of damage to really shore up the missing MF. So it's not all up to Faker.
No, and Faker is sitting on 2 items. Will, you know, do a lot of burn with this. And in longer fights, too, the Blackfire Torch is so incredibly strong as you just get more and more value out of it as the fight extends. And that's what Victor wants to do, is be that AP carry.
Well, trying to punish Peter here. That's a lot into the Leona, but nobody is there just yet. You see the follow-up is coming through, though. BDD makes his way over. Cuz there as well. The charm comes in from Carrier, but no follow-up is there on a BDD. Finally, Faker will put an end to Cuz, who unfortunately got caught in the crossfire. And now T1, nice little pick. And oh, very nice max range from Doran. Gonna catch out the Talia and get the job done as T1 beginning to show what their pick comp can do as the stun comes in from Faker. Excellent position. And that is 3 kills as KT fall 1 by 1.
This is what T1 can do if you just get one angle, one moment. They can snowball that turn of events into a massive win. 3 dead on the floor here for KT. Casting, absent from that fight, is going to get a turret for his troubles, but T1 gets so much more. They're going to get a Baron off of this as well, easily.
Otacon? Nah.
That's a bridge too far, I suppose, but going back to this, it's all down to Peter. Channeling a recall here, gets found by Keria, and T1 jump on the opportunity. He then goes in. Imagine if BD was just a little bit closer and could have hit a massive shove there. Things could look very, very different. And Keria finally sets up Smash to channel an ultimate on a target. He is able to take out Cuz this time around with some help from Faker, and then they crush this turret.
Look at Doran's ult.
Yeah,
look at this.
Doran's ult. Ooh. It almost looked like he just like grabbed one extra like hair too long. Like it's almost like he was actually cheating. Yeah, that was kind of weird. But Casting never shows up after the fight is lost, and doesn't show up in the middle of that fight because he just doesn't trust that KT could actually turn that one around. I think it's a wise choice. He gets the turret in exchange, but without him being there, you know, it allows T1 to try to push that advantage even further, almost taking out that inner. KT still can win this game as Smash is the target.
He's got Cleanse, but he doesn't have a splash. They're really trying desperately to take him down, and now he gets the huge ultimate onto so many that were desperately trying to dive into him, and there is the value from the MF. And the follow-up is Swift from T1. KT overextend, and it's just going to be a clean, straight-up ace 29 minutes into the game as they will look to potentially end.
The words that came out of my mouth right before that happened was KT can still win this game. They can no longer win this game now, because I was going to say they still have that single target blow up. They can still find targets. They can still... Smash says strut. The walking strategy.
He just walked up. He just used the wall to zone KT away from it.
Yeah. That's it. That's GG.
Yep.
And what was a very close second game at KT, played well, just comes to a crashing end.
Yeah, the crash down from the realm we did not see. And yeah, the Nexus will fall here. T1 will just have their fun. Doran gets killed right at the end, but it doesn't matter. It's still a relatively clean 2-0. I think especially game 1, but game 2, they finally figured it out. KT a couple of overextensions, and if you give one of our top teams in the LCK an inch, they will take many, many miles.
Yeah, or kilometers, depending on where you're from. You can calculate it. So I look at this series as we didn't learn too much, right? Pretty weak performance from KT in game 1. Product got crushed. Owner took over the game with Smash. Smash ends up getting like 14 kills, and it's a hopeless affair. In game 2, T1's comp was weird, but they were the better team, which we already expected, and it was interesting to see how KT played that one out and how simple their composition was. But I feel like this is not even a series where you could say, well, at least Product's an upgrade, at least Cast. I feel like you can't walk away with those conclusions from today.
Yeah.
And you can't come away with any conclusions about Smash and Guma, if I'm totally frank. I know everyone will anyways, and you guys will, tweet angrily, and I probably should...
You do you. I mean, that's what they're going to do anyway.
Probably shouldn't open my mentions after saying all this, but, I think for T1, it was a good opportunity, a good matchup to try Smash out. Give him his first telecom war, He hasn't had one of those just yet.
Yeah.
Guma and his brother have had quite a few amongst the two of them over their careers.
Very, very many between the two of them. Smash definitely having a weaker early part of this game. Eventually figured it out, the MF is not necessarily as in his wheelhouse as some of the other picks. So just another discussion point for all you guys out there.
Yeah.
But yeah, Carriot giggling the entire time, even when he was on camera, just having a little giggle the entire time today. So he's having a lot of fun. Everybody else just doing their job today. It was pretty straightforward, as you said. Not really a lot learned. I mean, the Smash carry a bottom lane strong into Peter, who makes double back-to-back mistakes. Really struggled in that early game matchup. T1, this was the one fight that I liked from them before they eventually went on to have more fights.
It's like
more like this.
Isn't it crazy how the end of this game comes down to Peter recalls in a risky spot, decides to stop his recall and hit a recon. And that's it. That's all it takes. T1 wins the game.
Yeah.
There are other factors involved here, obviously, like the Renekton being missing and stuff, but T1 are just constantly able to see these angles. We'll eventually get that fight in a moment here, but T1 know how to end games. They have Faker, who's played more games than anybody. 1,001.
True.
Plus all of his international performances, of which he has many titles. But it's like this moment here where this is it. It's like Peter is like, I hit that, and then KT don't know. They have to sacrifice him and leave. They opt into the fight. BDD's just a few pixels too far away to follow up to get a shove. Keria has this set up for Smash, and it's like, in just the blink of an eye, it's over. The game is done. And T1, you said, will take many miles with just an inch. And that's why when you look at the draft and you go, I'm not sure, I'm not 100% sure how this comp is going to work necessarily. It's got some good angles, but it's not standard. You just trust that the coordination is going to be there, regardless of what they're playing. Smash walking.
Yeah, good choice to go north here, right? Because if he goes south, there's every member of KT. But instead, he just isolates himself against the Taliyah, and he wins that fight, and everybody's overextended.
Absolute dominance here in these final moments. A pretty, what were you going to say about this?
Oh, he just said end it.
Oh, end it, yeah.
And Ego's figures like, end it.
I was gonna say a pretty I feel like the circumstances surrounding today, the trucks, the drama, the controversy, overshadowed what ended up being a very basic and straightforward T1 absolute dominant 2-0. Sure, game 2, a little rough around the edges, but the way the game ended makes you just feel like, did KT really have a chance? You know, one small mistake and it's all over. Cuz really doing a lot of heavy lifting in this game, actually out-damaging this Talia.
Yeah, I mean, it's nice to see that KT are showing some signs of life, even with a roster that is very much in flux, changing. It feels like every single matchup they have. And they were still at least able to win this early game against T1, so I think big props to them. Again, the game of League of Legends doesn't end from the early game. They needed to be a bit cleaner. They needed to make better decisions in the mid-game, and they weren't able to. And, you know, you put T1 in this position, Humble Life Esports, DK, Gen.G, all those 4 top teams, they probably would have done the same. Take those miles and just end you. And that's exactly what T1 did here.
You know, do you think maybe I should have said Ox should have been the guy to make the caveman speech? You know, I wonder if he's got it ready, because he had that really nice alliteration. Dagon could do it. Keria did it in terms of player of the match. He was very cheeky throughout the series in terms of giggling all the time, pick the Rakan for Leona, ban the Rel, played Gragas support, and really helped set up his AD carry to success. I voted for Owner. I actually thought that in Game 1, he was incredibly consistent, and in Game 2, it felt like, to me, all 5 players had a role to play. There wasn't a big standout, so I just went back to his Game 1 performance where he made Smash big. But I think Keria is a wise vote. Could have maybe even made the argument for Doran here. I wouldn't be shocked if he's got a vote. Stray vote in there.
Stray little, like, KR cast vote, you know, somebody trying to be a hipster.
Is, what do the fans vote for on the daily today? Well, I'm looking forward to finding out.
Yeah, I do wonder if it's AD carry. I think that it's either Owner or Keria realistically, but the fans will vote how they want. So yeah, pretty straightforward 2-0, and I think T1 are looking quite good. The fact that they do have both Smash and Guma in their arsenal, and they took Gen.G to a very close series, almost won it, could have won it. They are going to be a top team here at the LCK. It's not a big surprise, and I'm just looking forward to seeing more developments here for this roster.
Indeed, and I'm looking forward to seeing what Keria has to say. Might have some insights on what it's like to play with 2 different AD carries throughout this year.
He's giggling the whole time.
He might be giggling a little bit. It's certainly possible, but I'm sure he's got some thoughts on Gragas support, and maybe he has some ideas about the draft. Maybe they'll ask him why he banned Rel.
Yeah.
And still then he's like, no, Rakan can set up a MF, like, watch me do it.
Yeah,
you know?
He did. The one time. It was good. Yeah, I wonder if they'll ask, you know, what's the difference between playing with Guma, what's the difference between playing with Smash? Ask some of the hard questions. But, guys, we do have the interview ready, so I'm going to hand it over to Deer for the translation.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Deer for the POM interview translation, joined by Keria on the side of T1, who just secured a 2-0 victory against KT. What a refreshing 2-0 win! How do you feel? First of all, we were able to secure a 2-0 victory with a clean performance, which makes me pretty happy. This is your second POM, so you must be so proud as a support. You know, after I became POM from POG, I felt like it would be really hard to get POMs as a support, but I'm really glad that I've been able to sort of take these POMs so far. And today was Smash's LCK debut match. What did you think of your synergy with him? Since I was able to play alongside him in the LCK Cup, and I had always watched him play, I think right now we're just working on building up that teamwork and synergy and chemistry with him. And in Game 2, and Game 1, your Gragas had such an amazing highlight. So what do you think of Gragas support lately? I think Gragas isn't an easy pick to just whip out anytime, but I feel like there are a lot of moments where you can actually utilize him as long as you have good mastery with, and I think that's what really acted well in game 1. There are a lot of moments that actually really required some proficiency with him. And do you normally make shot calls in the game? No, I think just from game 2, I tried to communicate about how we are supposed to play before the game. And I think I just do try to be proactive regarding making shot calls and then engaging. So I think that's just a discussion that we actually always try to focus on having before we go into the game. And today, yet another historic milestone was made. Faker's all-time 1,000 LCK games. Would you like to congratulate him? You know, so much respect to him, and I really want to reach that kind of milestone myself personally as well. Oh, there he is. Looks like Faker is watching from the analyst desk. Congratulations, Faker. You know, I hope that we're able to play more games in the future and we can stack more LCK games in our milestone. You know, yeah, this is such an honorable moment. And lastly, this Saturday showdown, you will face Hanwha Esports. So what mindset will you practice with? Well, Hanwha Esports is an opponent that, due to my terrible mistakes, I wasn't able to showcase my full potential. We actually lost that match. So I hope that we're able to win next time around. And that's the end of the interview with Teria, and back to the space. Thank you.
Thank you very much, dear. As it is a 2-0 by T1 in the Telecom War. Like we showed in the lower third after game number 1, a rarity between these two squads, but a comprehensive victory here for T1. And I kind of feel like what they said on the cast was pretty correct. It's, what do you take away from this? What good learning lessons do you get? The POM could go all over the place. Chijijik and Soup going for bot. It's 6-5. It's close.
I actually love this split because I think the owner vote makes complete sense because he was by far the MVP of game number 1. I think the fact that Carrier ended up getting it makes a ton of sense as well because I think he had the cleanest game. For me, reason why I went for Smash is because I think that taking away everything surrounding this, I think actually makes me incentivized to vote for more, right? Like a player having a 15-0 Kai'Sa game, I think generally would be more cost for consideration. But it's how the team looks as a whole. And then even the Doran vote, you know that Mbessa? That left a big impression. I think it's also actually shout out, even though it was Faker's 1000th game, the performance today didn't warrant a vote. I think it's funny. He's the only one that didn't end up getting one.
Yeah, I mean, I went for Carrier in the end. I was bouncing between Carrier and Smash, but I just think that he had 2 really consistent games. Engages were great. Even though Owner, to me, was like the POG of game 1, I think we still saw some great Gragas engages, like the one on the top side. And then the Rakan game, a challenging draft to play Rakan into, I think.
I also want to give a shout out to my other POM that we couldn't vote for, which is BDD. He's trying. He's hanging in there. I think it's kind of getting to him. I don't think we were expecting the Podok Peter bot lane to work out against this because Carrier has been playing on absolute fire. But I hope that KT sticks with this lineup because I still feel like at least the early game looked promising. Casting looked pretty good.
I just hope they don't like overreact to, oh, we lost, we got 2-0'd, oh, we subbed them out again. It's like, this, like, Paddock gets brought in to face T1. It's not like a good sample size, a good representation.
Classic, like bro, definitely not swapping out Hambach after losing to DK, right? Right? Guys, they would never do that.
Hopefully.
Guys? Guys?
Please don't bring up my bros yet. I'm still trying to take a breather here. Let's take a look at the comments that you guys selected for your votes. Cronny.
That's boring. I got nothing. Can move past this.
I get, because his name's Smash.
Chat, did you get that?
That was witty.
I know that. All of chat got that one.
That was a small one.
There.
Very witty there.
Moving on.
I think you boomed him after you copied the alliteration, Dan.
I totally did.
Messed up.
No, I just want to do better. This is also boring. So you don't have a moral high ground
No, I
here.
don't think this is boring at all. If you think it's boring, that's on you. I just think it's crazy because normally I see Rakan picked into Talia and I'm pulling my hair out. I'm like, why would you do that to yourself? He played Rakan into Talia, Ashe, and Leona. That's like nightmare fuel. And yeah, he died once. Like it feels like so many players, they play Rakan into Talia and it's like you can't play the game anymore. You're dashing through rocks, you're dying. And he just kind of made it look easy. So, you know, credit to Carrier. I found that interesting. Apparently Mal finds that boring. He finds Carrier boring, so that's on him. I thought it was really cool.
This is how it gets, you know. He's just throwing ad hominem attacks at me because he doesn't have anything else to say.
Well, actually, Jack, this is actually what it's like on the desk during the game. They're just yelling at each other.
The worst part is I have to go home with this guy.
Let's get to ponies because we still have the interview with Faker in just a little bit. A support who paves the way for the rookie. I like that one there by Pony. He makes something out of nothing.
That's mega warranted, right? Even with my Smash vote, I have to consider Carrier has just been playing out of his mind up on this. Even in the losses that T1 have faced, I think he's been incredibly strong, and I can't wait to see him face off against the Light. It's
Gonna be good. Looking forward to it. I think this has kind of set the stage for that Saturday showdown matchup that we have between those two. So.
Yeah, that is such an interesting state that both these squads are coming in, right? Where T1, they make the roster change. Hanwha Life Esports, we've all talked about it. We're kind of waiting for them to get back into peak form. And so that sets up a huge Saturday showdown.
It's just weird that we have, like, you know, Hanwha, who are the reigning First Stand champions, reigning LCK Cup champions. And I think they're going into this Saturday showdown.
Actual LCK. Yeah. Right? It's crazy.
And they're going into this Saturday showdown as the underdogs, I would say, based on current form.
My prediction. I'm a little worried.
All right. Well, yeah, I think I predicted Hanwha as well. You know, their opponent is T1. Faker standing by right now. 1,000 games in the book. Let's take a listen.
Thank you very much, Spacers. We're joined by Faker of T1 here on the Korean Analyst Desk. No, we had a little spoiler from the POM, since Faker was standing by right here. Faker, who has achieved the first ever 1,000 LCK games. Hello, Faker. Congratulations on your 1,000 games. How do you feel? Now I have reached 1,000 games, and I never really paid attention to these history and record, but you know, it always gives me so much energy to be so congratulated and supported throughout all these milestones. You know, you have long history with Ari, and you shared this glorious moment of your 1,000th game with her. Now I feel like a lot of fans tend to put a lot of meaning into what I play during a special moment. And yeah, I did end up playing Ari today on a special day, but there wasn't really much meaning to it today. And here we have compiled the full history leading up to your 1,000th game. And let's take a look and talk about this. What was the moment that stood out the most to you? Or is there a champion that stands out the most to you over this long journey to 1,000 games? You know, some of the games I did lose with all of these champions, and I feel like I do remember all the losses and the wins as well. So it must be like a panoramic memory that just swishes by your head, right? So, how does it feel to perform well for such a long time and reach this kind of historic milestone? Now, I always focus on my matches and I take it really seriously every time, so I think that's why it just is a lot more difficult to pay attention to all these records, but I think I just take it one at a time. I always focus on doing well each and every game, and that's what I do.
저런 마음가짐, 약간 천전을 또 이어가는 마음가짐 아니었나?
So I think that's the mindset you need to have to be able to play 1,000 games.
이제 오늘 경기에 대해서 저희가 좀 질문을 드리고 싶어요. 그런 것도 질문을 드리면서도 좀 더 대화를
And congratulations again to Faker on the monumental milestone, and it's time to go back to the space. Thank you.
좀 어떤 컨셉으로 조합을 구성을 하셨나요?
Thank you very much, Deer. Again, Deer getting all the overtime with all the milestones we've been breaking here in the LCK.
You know, it's pretty cool they get Faker on that desk. We get Chronicler. You know, pretty close, right?
Yeah.
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 Nothing I can say in this scenario that will make me look good, so I'm just not going to. As the standings, unfortunately, KT fans find themselves in a bit of despair. But the one saving grace for KT is that their strength of schedule has been bonkers.
Oh, I thought you were going to say they were tied with 8th with the Bros.
No, I don't want
DNF.
I'm not.
They're not. They're not.
I'm not going to do that to you. I'm not going to. They will be fine, right? KT's playing against teams that I think realistically.
Which they? The Bros?
Well, at least no one's really got expectations for KT right now, which I think is their sweet spot. So
I like this lineup the most with what I've seen of them this year so far. I actually think this lineup they should stick around with. Even though they just got pummeled, I don't think that really changed my opinion.
I think the only person we didn't get a good read on, a positive read on, was Paddock, just because he didn't really get to play the game. But Peter had good moments. Casting had good moments. Cuz saying, I'll play Viego, put it on me, and we know BDD.
He's slowly waking up. Cuz Viego was a staple, right? Was one of the champions together with Sejuani that you kind of ran the rift on, so at least he looked a bit better.
You know, Paddock has been looking good in challenges. Like we saw him get a 99,000 damage game, which was kind of crazy. So I think that give him some time, give him an easier matchup.
Is it just because his name is Psyduck?
It's a great reason. It's not the only reason.
Thank you. That's the top tier analysis you expect here on the English broadcast desk. We take a look at the matches tomorrow. It is my battle of the week with the Giga Chads. The Bros versus DNF. Who will get their first victory? Someone's got to win. And then Gen G versus Nongshim. A surprise battle for top of the table between these two squads. We went to 5 games last time these twos play.
And, you know, this is always fun. Lahens against any of his old teams always steps it up a notch, both in terms of how silly he gets and in terms of attempted gameplay. So that's going to be a banger.
I feel like today was a bit fast. Tomorrow, I don't think it will be. I think we're in for a slugfest for the first series, and I'm hoping Nongshim show up with a challenge.
It's going to be great for both those squads, especially that second game. Listen to your Hyung. And Hyung Digon is saying, be there tomorrow. Great games. Thank you for watching today. We'll see you tomorrow for more LCK action.
Makes me stronger.
one of the past, the present, and the future. A new era, the same empire.
국제전 우승이라는 그 수건이 연이어서 하나생명의 우승 시리즈가 이어지고 있습니다.